In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision, buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, I got you something.
What's this?
Just a little Galentine's gift from JTV.
Do you mean jewelry television? I love their jewelry. They have the
New customers get $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Yeah, their artisan collections? Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
Oh, yeah. It's the pearl bracelet.
New customers receive $25 off their first purchase of $75 or more. Visit jtv.com/romance.
Milo's Rewards Week is coming, and it's kind of a big deal. Members, get ready for 7 days of up to 40% off store-wide on hundreds of items. Save on the top brands in bath, tools, paint, and more. Our biggest member deals are on January 30th through February 5th. So if you're not a loyalty member, now's the time to join for free. Lowe's knows home improvement. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning. Dawn Stensland, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Thank you for being here, either listening or watching. We're on YouTube. Stay with the chat. So, first of all, with Trump, the White House Budget Office they've already ordered this pause on all federal grants, all federal loans, taking effect 5 p.m. today, tick-tock, and this could potentially impact trillions of dollars. It marks the latest move, obviously, by President Donald J. Trump's administration to try to get a really wrap themselves around, or wrap our brains around, I guess, the federal funding and get this thing under control. Those who believe that only Congress should allocate these funds, obviously those individuals are out there. They are critical. That's what's going on. We'll watch for that 5 o'clock this evening, and I imagine it's one of the many questions that Caroline Leavitt will face. You've heard her here talking to, I think, pretty much all of us. I've interviewed her numerous times, as well as Dom and Rich, and she loves us here. She loves us. I sound like Trump. Believe me, she loves us. But she'll be speaking at 1 o'clock, and I'll be rooting for her. I mean, yeah, I think she'll have maybe some jitters, but she's also, remember, she's been working nonstop as, speaking on the campaign trail with Trump. So I think that live experience does help. But I want to get to the immigration crackdown, the breaking news this morning, and I'll get to the Quakers here locally. But this is our new Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, joining federal law enforcement officers this morning as they were making arrests and really doing what many are calling a blitz, but making arrests in New York under the president's immigration agenda. And then we know that, I think we played this earlier, we might play some more Homan today, but this is the border czar, the real border czar, Tom Homan, talking about the fact that, look, this deportation issue does depend on congressional funding, right? Because that's going to take some moolah, some money. And then we'll talk about as well all of these new military executive orders. The president signed those executive orders just yesterday, reshaping the military. And this includes, now this is the way it's being worded, banning transgender service members from serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. And so we're looking at all of these, trying to track all of his activities. Somebody put out on Twitter, and I hope that I retweeted this, but they showed the famous, it's still on MeTV, Lucille Ball when she's working in a factory and she's eating the chocolate in one of those iconic episodes. And they said, like, this is me trying to, and I felt like that. That's what I feel like every single day. How do you keep up with this guy? I mean, he's just like, go, go, go. And we're all trying to keep up with him. It really is shock and awe. Shock and awe. Shock.
Shock and awe.
Stop the hammering.
Yeah.
Stop the shocking. It's not shock and awe. It's shocking. We're just trying to abbreviate that. We'll get to all of it. But right now, Trump is on track to set records in the United States of America, American history happening here, with immigration enforcement operations underway, as I say, New York City, but they've been sweeping through major U.S. cities. Not here in Philadelphia, for whatever reason, we don't hear that ICE is here, and when they are, we'll play Ice, Ice, Baby. But the total arrest.
Play it now if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
You want to do it?
I'll give you a little ditty. Ice,
right.
Ice, Baby.
I'll get that going for you.
Play a little Bowie for me, would you? Mm-hmm.
Oh, you want Bowie? Not
no.
Ice?
I'm making fun of. Never mind.
No, I get it. I get it.
Joke.
Yeah, under pressure. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay.
So Ice, Ice, Baby, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, total arrests. Are you ready for the number? They're closing in. It's more than 2,700 arrests. That's anywhere between 2,680 plus to. I mean, they're going to probably by the end of today, if they're on track, it'll exceed 3,000. So this is fulfilling campaign promises to crack down on violent criminals who are non-citizens. Boston, Chicago, Dr. Phil, and we told you about that. And many groups saying, oh, well, this is scary and they're frightening people and they're frightening innocent families. I know that Tom Homan was on earlier and said, what families? We haven't rounded up any families. And by the way, I think they can thank Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, the billionaire, because I think he basically dared them to come into Illinois. And there's just, when they get these guys, guess what? They say, well, this one, pedophile. I'm just like making fun of Dr. Phil's accent. But seriously, they're predators, they're violent offenders, they're sex offenders. The list goes on and on. Phoenix, cities across Texas.
So not only did the CEO of Chicago Public Schools
John
pass
Roberts
off misinformation about U.S. Secret Service agents who were interpreted to be ICE. But listen to what J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, said after that. After a week of Republicans sowing fear and chaos, the first reports of raids in Chicago are at an elementary school, targeting children and separating families is cruel and un-American. To be clear again, these were Secret Service agents running down a threat that was made on TikTok. They were not ICE agents. ICE never went near that school. What do you say to Pedro Martinez and the governor of Illinois, who appear to be not only sowing information, but fear?
Pitcher?
Well, Pedro Martinez lied. He lied to the city of Chicago because he knew it was Secret Service agents, because I talked to the people involved. They left their credentials. He knew exactly who were there, so he lied. Again, sowing fear in the immigrant community. And Governor Pritzker, rather than calling ICE and asking us, did this happen or did it not happen, he goes on social media and terrifies the elementary schools that ICE agents are walking in there. No, he accuses me of terrifying the community. No, he terrified the community. He terrified the children. You know what ICE did yesterday? They saved children. We arrested 9 sexual predators, many of them child sex predators. We saved children. ICE saved children. We're not going to schools and scaring the hell out of them. Governor Pritzker deserves, he needs to give ICE an apology. What he did was just plain wrong, and by doing that, he put fear in the community that shouldn't have to be there. Children shouldn't have to fear ICE agents walking into an elementary school to arrest them.
Take that, baby. ICE. We're going to play this every day. Well. We're going to do the count. Do ICE, baby. I love it. Because the truth is, they're not rounding up nice families with their Bibles and their rosaries or from their jobs. That's not what's happening here. This is a camp. And that's why this is popular right now. I think part of the reason they went to Chicago is because we've seen we've aired those city, either on Kale and Company or somewhere on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But we've aired all of those city council meetings in Chicago where Chicagoans are calling out their council members, their leadership, their mayor, and they're saying, we're tired of this. And especially to add insult to injury, when they learn how much money their city and municipalities have been spending on non-citizens where they should have been dedicating that to people hurting after all the pandemic shutdowns.
Here's Homan with Caitlin Collins.
What we had heard from immigration advocates is that this is going to provide a chilling effect to parents in the school drop-off line or something of that matter.
It shouldn't be a chilling effect unless your child's a terrorist or a public safety threat. If they are a public safety threat and national security threat, they should be chilled. They should be afraid because we're looking for them.
I love their parent is here and they're an undocumented immigrant, I think was more of the argument that they were making.
They're not off the table either. I mean, they're in the country illegally. They got a problem. I mean, it's not okay. Look, it's not okay to enter this country illegally. It's a crime, and that's the way it's supposed to be. I wouldn't feel comfortable if I'm in Switzerland illegally. So we want to enforce laws in this country. So, the schools and the churches and the central location was a policy only for ICE, only for immigration, right? But national security threats and public safety threats have no safe haven in this country, and we'll go where we got to go.
We'll go where we got to go. Don't you love it? Don't you love him? And she looks, she has this sort of sourpuss face. And I love her hair, love the way she dresses. She looks fabulous. She looks professional. And then she asked the question. And just her eye, even her eye movement, like that dead look. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even matter what she's asking. She's just like so cold. She's like, but imagine she's speaking a different language. You know that she's just sort of being snippy. And so the way that he then takes a breath, lets you kind of take her in, and then he just, boom, just comes out with a great answer. Like, what about the children? What about yeah? Says, take a breath, Tom, and bam, just pushes back. Well, I mean, unless your student is a child, terrorist or child trafficker, you got nothing. I got to get the Tom Homan imitation down, but I love this guy because he's like, I have 2 uncles that talk exactly kind of, you know what I mean, like that. He's just plain spoken.
Or something of that matter.
For that matter.
It shouldn't be a chilling effect unless your child's a terrorist or a public safety threat. If they are a public safety threat, national security threat, they should be chilled. They should be.
So they're Missy. You know what I mean? But he's not in any, he doesn't even react to her. And so it reminds me of a boxing match where you have somebody and they're on their feet and they're doing a dance and then somebody just goes and just knocks him out, KO. That's what he's like in these interviews. All right, let's get to the Quakers. Have you heard about this? This is one of my favorite stories. The Quakers, right here in Pennsylvania. We do love the Quakers.
Got some great oats.
Quaker oats. I don't know. Do we make the Quaker oats?
I don't. No, I think.
Who makes?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
Who makes the Quaker oats?
Post? Don't they do it?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
The Quakers are suing
Quaker Milk Company, founded in Ravenna, Ohio, now based out of Chicago.
Oh, there were Quakers in Chicago?
Well, the company.
No. Anyway, maybe those are quackers.
Little side note there.
The Quakers are suing the Trump administration over immigration. That's the headline.
What?
I'm not making it up. These different Quaker groups, the Quakers, the group Religious Society of Friends, like we have all these Friends schools, right? Now, my kids never went to any Friends schools, which I do. They're great schools. But, you know, when we play them, our kids on our teams, they still stand. But do you know that they don't do the national anthem or Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? Did you know that about the Quakers?
Really?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Huh.
Nope. So they're suing to keep U.S. immigration agents out of houses of worship. That's one of the stories here. So Quaker groups suing just yesterday. They want to prevent ICE officials and I guess anybody. That would be what? Homeland Security, DEA? Because you have a lot of different federal agencies and they're not involving police. And I think that's wise to not, take up our resources because we did have defund the police and the police are already shorthanded. And Trump had mentioned that on the campaign trail. But the Quakers are now suing and they're saying, no, none of these federal agents, ICE, anybody should be carrying out any arrests or searches inside a place of worship and a house of worship, as they say. And this is pushing back against the Trump administration because remember, the Trump different orders really made lax or lightened up some of these restrictions that used to restrict federal agents as to where they could go. Places like schools or churches, houses of worship, etc. And so what they're saying is they don't necessarily want to go to any of these places, but they can. And that gives them power. And the biggest thing I'm going to say here, this is all about the art of the deal and about psyching people out because they want especially especially violent criminals who are here in this country illegally and as non-citizens, they want them to just they want them to be on the run, right? They don't want them to hunker down in the community. That's what's going on here. So what they're saying is you can't hide. You can no longer hide from us. We can go anywhere. We are going to find you. This is the United States of America. But in this case, the lawsuit by 5 different Quaker groups, they say the policy infringes on their right to practice their religion by sowing fear among congregations and leading to the cancellation of services. And they said the prior guidance of avoiding arrests and searches in these so-called protected areas have stood for some 3 decades. So they're saying this has gone on for 30 years. And so we don't want ICE or anybody else. And they're quoting this. So this will go to SCOTUS. This right here, boom. It's
wow.
Right. It's going to go to Supreme Court because they're citing the U.S. Constitution, freedom of religion. So that's what the Quakers, and this is right here in our area across, I think, Baltimore. I like the music. Hey, we got to take a quick break. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. What about the Truth Social post that Trump put out there where he said that he ordered the military in to make sure that the water would get pumping for firefighters in California? I'm paraphrasing. Gavin Newsom and California officials say that's a lie. That's not what they did. Who's telling the truth? What's going on here? Thanks for being here. Dawn Stensland on X at Dawn Stensland. Be right back.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The 2025 Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Come chill at Citizens Bank Park on February 1st to make a splash and support Special Olympics Pennsylvania athletes at the same time. Every dollar raised helps support vital sports, health, and leadership programming for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. When you get to the event, check out Plunge Town, which features music, food, activities, and more. Visit phillyplunge.org to sign up today. phillyplunge.org.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We will continue to sprinkle in news about Trump because he's so busy. This man is a workaholic. So the feds have really begun this first major, really massive, if you will, and the news media overuses the term massive, but this is massive because it's covering, it's coast to coast. It's across the country. When you look at from the south in Texas, across cities in Texas, all the way up to Minnesota, don't you know, St. Paul.
Minnesota.
To the East Coast, to the West Coast. So they're really ramping up these raids. And in New York City, Kristi Noem is there, and they're saying these deportations are going to be huge and targeting kidnappers, killers, violent criminals who are non-citizens who never should have been here in the first place. That's one headline. Another headline, and Dan found some great audio. Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, found some great audio for you. This is Trump, and if you follow him on I know you do, on True Social, he says that he ordered the military to, and I quote, turn on the water in wildfire-ravaged California. However, state officials in California say not so fast. That's a lie. That's not what happened. So, Dan, take us through this, if you will. You found some great audio.
Yep. So, Senator Brian Dahl is a state senator out there in California. Well, he was a state senator until 2024 when he stopped his, reign in Cali to run for lieutenant governor. I don't think he won, sadly. But he actually has been raising this alarm. He's a Republican. And he posted yesterday a flashback to 2022 when he raised the alarm about exactly what Trump's talking about now and how he hopes to solve this issue of wildfires out there in California and drought. Take a listen to what Brian Dahl had to say.
There is not one dime in this proposal for storage. Where is it? Where's the money to build Sites Reservoir that will actually help the environment, help farmers, and help people that want safe drinking water in the cities? It's not in here. This is the budget. This is the Senate's plan. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. This makes my blood boil. It's ridiculous. If you think that communities and farmers are going to be able to feed California and the world without creating more water. We have 2017 and 2018 was the wettest years on history, and we didn't save that water. We're letting it out, and it's going to the ocean. The planet has 75% of the planet is water. For God's sake, you think we could get some more and store it so that we have it in drought years? I'd like to see some money put in this budget to build Sites Reservoir. Nobody disputes that it's not a great project. Environmentalists like it. Labor likes it. Ag likes it. Municipalities like it. And what are we getting? Nothing. Not one red penny going towards it.
So now Trump trying to fix that, as you hear, but I'm going to try to get this guy on here, Dawn, because I want to know what the result was. Why? What were the answers? Why weren't they? Why were they letting the water out into the ocean when it was needed? So hopefully in some point in the next couple of days we'll hear from this guy, Senator Brian Dahl.
Thank you. We would all love to hear from him. So Trump 11 hours ago puts out on True Social, the United States military just entered the great state of California and under emergency powers turned on the water. You know, he loves to do those all caps. Turned on the water flowing abundantly from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. The days of putting a fake environment argument over the people, all caps, are over, all caps, and enjoy the water, California. So now what the pushback here, so we heard from, an elected official there, you just heard from him. You now hear from Trump saying this, that they've turned it back on. What is the state of California? The Department of Water Resources, they're saying that that's false. That Trump's claim, maintaining that the Trump administration has done this, is false. They say the military did not enter California. The federal government restarted. Here's what they say. The federal government restarted federal water pumps after they were offline for maintenance for 3 days. So they're claiming they were offline for 3 days for maintenance. Do you believe that? It says state water supplies in Southern California remain plentiful. And so I think that what's happening here is that maybe Trump said the military, and who would it be? Army Corps of Engineers or something. So Trump ordered under emergency powers that somebody in the federal government go in there. Maybe it's not quote unquote military. Maybe it was, I'm thinking it was a different division. And so they're saying, well, the military never came here. Okay, so somebody did, right? Trump ordered somebody to go turn it on. My question is, as we have the Santa Ana winds ramping up, and now this has been going on for days, that they had this maintenance, did he order somebody under emergency powers to turn it on? The answer is yes. Right? Am I wrong here? So they're saying no. So where is the media to say, excuse me, hello? So how did the water get back on? Did you pray it back on? Did you wish it? Did Gavin Newsom pull the lever and turn it? Who turned the water back on? Or was it the fact that they did these emergency powers and either they said, either you turn it on or we will, that could have happened, or they sent somebody in, maybe Army Corps of Engineers, something of that nature. You see what I'm saying? And so this is where they don't want to admit it, that he caught them basically with their pants down, so to speak. He caught them doing routine maintenance. Now, let me ask you something, Dan. When you're having a total disaster, you know what? Ben Manis is a great person to ask about this. This is right in his wheelhouse. He'll be right around the corner because not for nothing here, but do you just go ahead and shut the water off when you have a major crisis, a deadly multiple wildfires burning? You just shut that off for routine maintenance? Does that ring true to you? I'm just asking for a friend. 855-839-1210. Ben Manis around the corner. Thank you for being here. Be right back. Do you know what I did last night? I was running around as usual. There was so much going on. I was so busy, and I just did not do any meal prep. But What a Crock has always got my back. That's why I've used them for years. I've told you the story about What a Crock. They started out family-run, mom and pop operation. Now they've gone national. That's why you can go to whatacrock.com and just send out gifts like I do for family and friends across the country, whether, somebody has been ill, maybe they're just back there, somebody's back home from the hospital, they just had the baby, etc. But what I love about it is you don't need a crock pot. And even if you have a crock pot, but you do what I did yesterday because it was like cray-cray and I'm running around and picking up David and then I'm in car line forever. So this is what I did. I reach into the freezer, and it's like, ha, and I hear this like music sounder, ha, thank you, What a Crock, and pulled out this awesome chili. They make all kinds of different chilies, whether it's a hearty beef chili, whether it's a chicken chili, whether it's a vegetarian chili, a bean chili, you can choose. But I pulled it right out.
Can you pull it out again?
Ha. There. What a Crock. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. From the heavens. It's like the angels from the heavens coming and bringing whatacrock.com. But seriously, they saved me because then I put it in my big red pot of boiling water. I boil it so it's quick, in other words. So you can either plop it in your crock pot or your slow cooker, or if you have an instant pot, your stovetop, whatever that looks like. You can do it slow, you can do it fast. That's What a Crock. It's up to you. It's your style. But they're all delicious. And I always say they're homemade, just not by me. And they really do take the stress off of things because I do worry about nutrition. I don't want things that are processed, right? And so What a Crock, they have tons of meals. They don't require a slow cooker. No prep, no mess, no stress. It's needed. So What a Crock meals, they're awesome. And everything comes prepackaged, ready to cook. No subscription, no commitment is required. You can do a subscription if you want it. What a Crock's meals, they make that excellent gift that I talked about. And I want you to just try them out. If you go to whatacrock.com, here's some ones I'll recommend. The winter seasonal menu. And you can do a bundle package. You can try a few things. You have a lot of options. Try the classic homemade chili. That's what I love and my family loves. What about the creamy Swedish meatballs? The Swedish meatballs that are like my Swedish grandmother.
Do you really have a Swedish
Yes.
grandma? Really?
Yes.
This
Violet
is news to me.
Lundstrom. Mm-hmm.
Wait, what was the name?
Violet Lundstrom.
It's a very Swedish name.
Very Swedish. She made some awesome Swedish meatballs. She would think I made these.
Ooh.
But I did not. They're from What a Crock. Hearty beef burgundy, cheesy broccoli cheddar. That's Michael's favorite. So use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dom Giordano. Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Can you throw a football 40 yards though?
40 yards? I'm not so sure. Can you?
Of course.
Well, yeah, that's one of the claims that he always makes is a 40-yard football throw.
Dan, have you seen him throw at 40 yards?
No. We did have a contest. It was close.
We'll make it to Mulligan's, make it to the beach, and see him throw at 40 yards on the beach. We'll measure it out.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's always nice to hear from an old friend that you haven't heard from for a while. So Dan Borowski and I get this one of our group text with our friend, and he says, "I'm back. Today's Broad and Liberty column looks at how the era of looking the other way could spell trouble for the DA in Philadelphia." Ben Manis, the great Ben Manis. Where have you been?
I missed you. I've been having some personal issues at home. And
work and what have you. But, I'm back on the horse, and it's really good to be back and, contribute to your show and contribute to the city at large. But do you want to get into the emergency management question you asked before about California, or do you want to just jump into beating up Larry?
We'd love to hear your take on the emergency management. This is your wheelhouse. So what do you say to this?
So look, don't get lost in the actual emergency. We got to focus on the emergency preparedness. The fact of the matter is the emergency reservoir that feeds the hydrants in the Palisades was empty. And why was it empty? Because they cut off the supply down from upstate California, Northern California, to get to that, whether it was for environmental reasons or what have you. But when you look at, the fact that they could, advocate all they want, the truth of the matter is, why was the reservoir empty? And it wasn't a drought season. It was just empty. And by the way, they still haven't answered the fact that they haven't had any forest management in that state for 30, 40 years. When you have dead trees on the ground, they become a tinderbox. And if you don't control burn or cull them, this is what happens. So California really needs to answer some questions. And look, these roosters come home. I mean, you look at Michigan, about a decade ago, they had these massive floods in Detroit. They only affected Detroit, not all the good suburbs of Detroit. And everyone said, oh, my God, it was a once-in-a-thousand-year storm. Come to find out the pumping stations from the Great Lakes Water Authority were off that day. They weren't being maintained. So, crazy. It's you not preparing. It isn't the disaster itself.
I'll just on an aside before we get to your latest Broad and Liberty piece, Ben Manis, is that a relative of mine was telling me about how he used to work for John Deere. You think of John Deere, all that big, great American-made equipment. And one of the big clients was these government contracts where they would sell to forest management groups, whether a lot of times they were government or they were farming out to somebody to serve these types of needs. And so I'll just say that the other layer of this is as these woke policies came into play, it also meant jobs as far as, manufacturing jobs. And you know what I mean? There is that trickle down effect for American workers and American products.
Yeah, Biden, especially with this attack on the U.S. labor force, John Deere is almost wholly made in America. Caterpillar has plants in China and America. But the funny thing is, when all this nonsense started, who it really helped was Mahindra in India. You've seen their tractors being bought left, right, and center because they don't have these entanglements, and they could sell a product that's comparable for cheaper, because they're not being cramped down on by the government. So hopefully with the new regulatory framework from the Trump administration, that stuff will go away and it'll be more transparent and it'll help some jobs in this country.
Yeah, which is it's a win-win all the way around. Thanks for that. Hey, let's get back to your Broad and Liberty piece, Ben Manis, when you talk about what may spell trouble for Philadelphia's DA. So what do you see here, Ben?
What I see here are the fact that for the last 8 years, whether it be now Governor Shapiro or his replacement at the PA Attorney General's office, or the Biden appointee, Michelle Henry, not Michelle, she was at the AG, but the U.S. Attorney in Philadelphia, the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, basically have looked the other way with Larry Krasner for, at least 4, if not 8 years now. And, we've obviously reported a lot of his political and policy choices, which have led to skyrocketing murder rate in the city. But the fact of the matter is, folks like Ralph Cipriano and I have been reporting, scandals, corrupt scandals, whether it's the fact that Mavita Johnson-Harrell, the state representative who was locked up for corruption, stealing from her own nonprofit, was brought back as a contractor to Krasner, so your taxpayers are paying for this felon to be in his administration. The fact that there's, a guy who just got promoted to chief of county detectives who, while he was in a civilian role, because he had a protection from abuse order in Montgomery County for a domestic violence issue, he was basically pulling people over in a city vehicle, showing his badge out of road rage. And he did it to an FBI agent, and they let him on a high-speed pursuit. And now this guy's chief of detectives for Larry Krasner. And my personal favorite, the fact that in both his elections, Larry Krasner has violated campaign finance law overtly, coordinating with George Soros and Alex Soros-funded PACs. And it's not just that he's violated those laws and paid the fines like a fix-it ticket, because in Philadelphia it's just a fine, not a crime like the feds. But, he charged one of the PACs $30,000 of rent in one of his buildings. The building, coincidentally, that he owes $145,000 in PAC taxes and fees on. And look, that looks an awful lot like money laundering. So, why hasn't the U.S. attorney looked into that despite all the reporting on it? Not to mention the $84 million in civil claims that he's cost the city for his exonerations, quote unquote, when these folks come out of jail. One of them has already gone back in for murder.
We just talked to Ralph Cipriano about that yesterday. He was bringing up that. So take me through, Ben, as far as how you think there's a difference now and a new sheriff in town, if you will. We have Dave Sunday. I've talked to him, interviewed him before and after the election. Pennsylvania's new attorney general, who, yes, is a Republican, has, I suppose, a law and order approach. York County DA formerly. How do you think Dave Sunday makes a difference here?
So one-on-one, Dave Sunday is not conflicted like Michelle Henry or Josh Shapiro was. Why? Because Josh Shapiro took the same funds from the same Soros that Larry Krasner did. And it was odd because there's been crazy workarounds like this, additional prosecutor that Mike Untermeyer, that's been appointed just for SEPTA areas and corridors to get around the fact that Larry Krasner's not prosecuting and doing his job. Well, the difference is Dave Sunday doesn't have the same stumbling block, and he isn't going for the same political voting block that Larry Krasner does. So he's able to address or at least investigate some of these really rampant allegations of corruption, if not the policy issues. That's what the impeachment was supposed to address. But I'm just talking about this really strange culture of corruption that's emitted from the Krasner administration that has been completely looked by not only by the state but the federal prosecutors. And then, of course, on the other side of the record, you have Donald Trump, who in his campaign pledged to investigate Soros DAs and appoint 100 U.S. attorneys out of Maine Justice that will look at this rising crime in these cities directly correlated to or attributed to Soros DAs like Larry Krasner, who, thanks to George Gascon losing his election in L.A., is now the crown royal. He is the poster child for George Soros's, funding effort.
I will say, for the piece about Governor Shapiro, that last summer we had Michael Untermeyer. He was named that special prosecutor for SEPTA. I mean, I think that the governor supported that. So there's like maybe a passive aggressive type thing going on here, because Krasner has fought that, and that has stuck. And so I do wonder if, with Michael Untermeyer, then you have Dave Sunday, then you have some new policies here. And now we hear on top of all of that, that in fact, Krasner might get a challenge. We've talked a lot about that too at primary.
Yeah, Judge Dugan. And Judge Dugan's a good man. And look, one would hope that the electoral process would take care of itself. But Carlos Vega and Beth Grossman were absolutely honest, good public servants too, when faced with $1.7 million of illicit campaign funds. I mean, they're flaunting the fact that they're violating this law because, and Krasner will get up on that podium and say, well, I didn't, it was a civil issue. It's only a civil issue because of the way the law is written here. And that's the bigger and broader issue, Dawn. Mm-hmm. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has arcane laws that enable this type of local corruption versus like Florida, for example, when the Hillsborough, Tampa, or Orlando County state's attorneys were acting a fool like Krasner is. DeSantis came in and just simply removed them because that's in their law. Can't do it here. So Shapiro's acting right now because he's worried about his legacy. He has eyes on national office. And it looks really bad when you've got a corrupt bad actor DA causing a massive crime spike in your benchmark city, in your state. Okay, wonderful. But at the same time, you know, Krasner, someone's got to wonder why no one's put the cuffs on this guy yet, or at least investigated him publicly.
Yeah, and perhaps that's one of the reasons that we're seeing locally here. And I think Dom Giordano broke the story sometime more than a week ago that when the local Democrats met, they decided to not endorse, whether it's Judge Pat Dugan or whether it's DA Krasner, who's getting a challenge. What's that?
Yeah, they did that before.
They did.
I mean, that's honestly the same with Local 98 when Doherty was, you know, free and not convicted. It's their big move is to go, well, this time we won't endorse. You know, grow a pair and, you know, stand up for your principles. Bob Brady hates Larry Krasner, and Larry Krasner represents a unique threat to Bob Brady. There's a very big difference. You know, I know we're both Republicans here, but there's a giant difference between a Kennedy Democrat, a Union Democrat, a working Catholic Democrat, and a person who is more aligned with socialism and just these ideologues who are tearing the framework of our society away.
Yeah.
And if Brady, you know, Brady's been resting on his laurels and collecting his illicit monies for years. So if Brady really wanted to step up, he'd go out there and endorse Dugan, who he actually, you know, endorsed in prior judicial elections, who earned his place because he was an honest judge on the bench of municipal court. But, you know, God forbid we put politics aside and do what's right for the citizens of the city.
Speaking of which, because we haven't talked for a little bit, Ben Manis, what is your take on Mayor Sherelle Parker, her moves? She had said she wanted to clean up Kensington. We hear a lot about Kensington, the new wellness center to get people. Stop.
I was just going to say that.
Let it go.
I had to.
Now, full disclosure, just because I know you've been away a little bit, Ben. Full disclosure, my friend Anne-Marie, who went on our conservativetours.com, you know, the great last Italy trip.
I know her.
Yeah, Ben
so you know,
Anne-Marie.
oh yeah, that's right. You know Anne-Marie. So
she's my chiropractor.
So see, look at this incestuous world we live in. So she actually sent Dan, she texted like this video, and I think we were Isle of Capri. You were late, maybe some wine after lunch. I had a similar misspelling. I'm just saying, so I'm not, you notice I'm not being hard on the mayor. And actually, Dan says that now it's good luck to spell it E-L-G. I don't even know how she misspelled it, but we have, now that's good luck. You know what I mean? You can't, now we have to spell it that way.
The fact that she was a teacher, I mean, that's the real insult. That she's, I was a teacher and I support the schools. You're not doing good enough. Look, you want to talk about the crime? Let's talk about the crime.
And Kensington.
A little peek into what I was doing when I wasn't writing was, you know, getting back in the game and trying to help some things. And I was on the election task force. You know that you've had several people on the show, so I was driving lawyers around Kensington, of course, because they gave me Kensington with one of the toughest ladies on the earth. Because
you're the big guy. You're the
exactly.
You know,
no one was going to mess with us.
Nobody's going to mess with Ben.
That said, Kensington, Hunting Park, Juliana, Harrogate, it hasn't gone away. It's just gotten off the corner of K&A because they've erected a ton of barricades and stuff like that. By pushing it around the corner, she's cosmetically made it a little better. But if you ask any of your callers who, you know, live in the River Ward and have to get on that train every morning, it is definitely not away. The library is still a disaster. They're still burning fires and living in tents around there. Here's the real deal. She, just like Kevin Bethel, need to get up there and use their bully pulpit and call out Krasner. Because you could keep moving them along and offering them treatment, but unless you actually start enforcing drug laws, you know, where every one of these wellness centers pops up, or every one of these outreach clinics or homeless shelters pops up, somebody in the street corner pharmaceutical game is going to be on that corner, catering to that population. And unless we're putting those people in prison for violating the narcotics laws, it will persist. You could move them around. Look, I came from New York when Times Square was still Times Square. You could move them from one corner to the other all you want. It is not going to change unless you actually start doing what Rudy Giuliani did in 1994 and start putting people in jail.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, I will say this because you talk about the personalities a lot. You just talked about Congressman Brady, who, I mean, everybody in Philadelphia is like a household name. But I will say this too, that it's important to have some symmetry with, I think, Mayor Parker. The reason she won, I saw that from the beginning. She was our representative because I live in the northwest side of Philadelphia, and I just felt like she was the most pro-police, even over David O. She supported stop and frisk. And so I think that's a piece of it. She's not woke. She's just not. But I think there's she and Commissioner Bethel, and I think that might also spell more trouble for Krasner because people want the DA's office, the police commissioner, the mayor's office to have some level of symmetry. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to peek behind the curtain, Mayor Parker and Commissioner Bethel do not like Larry Krasner, do not like his administration, want nothing to do with him. Now, that's in private. The problem is, and I will disagree with you a little more, Sherrell Parker is scared politically of Krasner's base and Krasner's money and doesn't want people to, turn against her. So even though you say she's pro-cop. Oh, yeah, she's pro-cop. But she was one of the only people not to go to the FOP to seek an endorsement. She wouldn't be seen in the building. Sorry. That tells me all I need to know.
Well, I will say that she had Helen Gim. All I'm saying is, thank God it's not Helen Gim.
Yeah.
That's my. You know what I mean? In a world of rock paper
Agreed.
Scissors, I'm just saying. I just
the two entrepreneurs, canceled themselves out.
Yeah.
They closed each other's votes. So, look, is she the worst case scenario? 100% not. I think she could do the job. But again, she's got this white elephant in the room, and she goes on these press conferences and sits behind him and makes faces, and that's all well and good. But take a page out of bigger cities and our federal politics right now, and step up and grab yours and say something.
Yes.
And until you do, you're going to be allied with that individual because you come from the same political party as that individual.
So I just looked you up to see your IMDb. You were in Minority Report with Tom Cruise.
I wasn't in it. I was the Minority Report, surprisingly, was shot in D.C. And I was on the Civil Servants Unit. They hire police to do basically all the prop coordination and the set security. Because in D.C. at the time, they had that illegal gun law. So, when the guns used in the movie have to be brought to the police by police to and from the set every day. So, yes, I got to know Tom Cruise, Max von Sydow, Steven Spielberg.
Cool.
Yeah. Max von Sydow was the greatest guy in the world because all we did was talk about strange Peru. Tom Cruise, not such a nice guy.
Oh,
really?
Wow.
Oh, kind of want to dig into that a little
bit. Yeah. Well, maybe he's like all business. I don't know.
I could see that.
Wow.
Yeah,
because you're so tall. Yeah, you're the big guy. If it were here's the thing, not to be mean or I shouldn't even say this, but he would love Zioli. Do you know what I mean? Because
it's insulting to Zioli.
Rich, I hope Rich is, I'm in so much, because I love Rich Zioli, but he would love, because Rich is, because you're like 6'6" or something, and Zioli's like the average. I better get out. I put my foot in my mouth. Mama Zioli's going to have me. Now be nice, she's going to say.
No, but Rich is a nice short guy.
Yes,
that's the difference.
This is true.
Yeah. It's hard to be a short guy who literally, could fund an army. So it must be, and you're an action star. But it is what it is. I did West Wing. I did a bunch.
Cool.
I had this shtick where I would, if I was working with a celebrity, I'd find the most obscure thing I could find.
Cool.
In their IMDb and watch it and then tell them I loved that. So when I was working with Billy D. Williams, I went up to him and I went, "Love you, Nighthawks." And he gave me a look like, no one has told me that since 1981. Where the hell have you been?
Well, listen, Ben Manis, we'll continue. We're glad you're back. And thank you for stopping in, explaining this from your expertise, from Tom Cruise to PhD. Here we are. Ben, thank you. I'm glad you're back.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So let's talk about, we always got a guy, like Ben talks about, he's got a guy. Zioli talks about, now I'm in big trouble. I love Rich Zioli. He's probably on with Dana Perino. She loves him. Everybody loves Richie. Mama Zioli, if you're listening, I just meant like Ben is 6'8" or something. And Richie is normal.
I think they're blowing it out.
Oh, man. Did she get her Pulitzer Prize yet? We got to find all of this out. 855.
Oh, be careful, baby.
839-1210. Hey, I've got my guys, Marvin E. Cann's third-generation owned, veteran-founded company, and they're actually coming back. But do you know Larry's like, wow, I don't know what you did, but the electric bill this month is like $300 less. Do you know that they found that they found on our HVAC, the last guys like 5 months ago when they were there, the old company that's never coming back, they flipped something on the HVAC, on the actual unit in the basement.
Oh.
So they turned it off at the fuse, but it's like a hidden fuse on the actual unit. How could not the fuse box. Do you know what I'm saying? So no wonder it was like going to electric. So it was costing so much more.
Sounds dangerous, too.
I know, right? So they're just
be careful, baby.
experts, and they are thorough. They are just, they're just immaculate with everything they do. Seriously. Marvin E. Cans for your HVAC. And take my advice. Call Marvin E. Cans. They're great people. Get your furnace checked for winter or for spring, whenever that time is. And I always sign up for the routine, you know what I mean, every 6 months. But if they feel that your unit needs to be replaced or needs any replacement parts, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install that high-efficiency Trane, T-R-A-N-E, Trane furnace. It's hard to stop a train. That saying is true for a reason. You got to check them out. Contact Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinECans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios One Gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios One Gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Upgrade your bathroom with Emmons Remodeling.
We offer custom design build renovation services to fit your style and budget. Our designers work closely with you to create the perfect space for you and your family.
Experience luxury and functionality with the expert team at Emmons.
So call us at 856-885-6677. Again, that's 856-885-6677, or visit us at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Caroline Levitt is in hair and makeup. I'm just making this up, but I say a prayer for her. I support her, and we all feel like we know her here, as we do. We've all interviewed her, and just rooting for her as she faces the enemy. Well, not all of them, but little butterflies as she walks out with her binder. I'm sure she'll be fully prepared. I'm sure she'll just knock it out of the park. But wishing her the best. 2 hours, less than 2 hours from her time, her first ever news conference as White House press secretary, and the youngest ever. Still in her, 27 years young. Speaking of young, and this is a tragic story that I first reported this at 6 o'clock this morning, that we were hearing that a young man who was out celebrating the Philadelphia Eagles was critically injured on life support with life-threatening injuries. And so the update here is that yes, this 18-year-old, it does not look good for this 18-year-old young man whose video had gone viral. He is indeed, this is confirmed, on life support. He had fallen from that light pole during the celebrations, huge celebrations, obviously, for our Eagles' NFC Championship win on Sunday. And this happened at 15th and Market Streets in Center City. He was rushed to Jefferson Hospital with a brain injury from head trauma. And by the way, still investigating all of these different situations that happens, many arrests as well, 30 citations, and at least 4 police officers who were assaulted on the job. And so they continue to investigate that, looking at the video, etc. But that's just devastating news for this family by his side. As this 18-year-old, it's not looking good.
It's so sad.
So, Mayor Parker, a lot of people had, these videos were going viral, and Mayor Parker and many others had come out and said, this is not funny. If you're climbing these poles, flying on the flag off the pole, jumping off of higher stands, it's dangerous. And then you have, alcohol, the factor, and that sort of thing. We also have 8 people injured by a woman who was from Narbus. She was under arrest driving that Mercedes. We showed that video earlier as well. So I don't know. There were reports that what happened was she was driving her vehicle. There were shots fired, You could hear the shots fired. It was loud, firing into the air. Did that sort of spook her, if you will, and it's frighten her, and that she gunned it? I'm not sure. So I know she's facing felony assault. 8 people. I mean, if you've seen that video, we aired that earlier. But so let's get to all of it. Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. But say one of your sons wants to go down after the Super Bowl to celebrate. You let him go?
No.
No?
Larry did this the last time around, and the boys were much younger. I mean, now they're, teenagers, but I'm like, why? It's going to, and by the way, so we all get in the car. When was this? We had our dog, remember we had the underdog masks on, because we were not the underdogs in this game against the Commanders. Greg Stocker said, we're the underdogs now against the Chiefs.
Well, we are.
But I guess we are, especially now that Trump has come out for these. But I will say that I was not for it. You know what I mean? It's one thing if you're down there, but if you're now driving into the craziness.
I mean, it's a once in a life. Well,
that's what Larry said. Larry's like,
it just happened.
So we did
8 years ago.
So think about it. They were like middle school age. They were like 8, 9 years old, something like that.
And did you feel safe, or did it feel dangerous?
No, I just thought it was silly. But he was like, that's what he said. It's once in a lifetime. I'm like, we could just watch it on TV.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can watch it on. He's like, it's not the same. So we drove down.
Totally okay watching it on TV, to be honest.
We drove down, and it was like we drove down Ridge and then weaved around. We were in Roxborough, like basically where Roxborough, and like trying to get, and the police were everywhere. And then they go, yo, Larry, just
Did Larry pull his card? He's like, yeah, I'm doing it for media.
Yeah,
I need some footage.
they basically said, Dawn's right. Turn around. No, they blocked it off, which was smart because, whenever you have these big groups and think about what has happened, people unfortunately do crazy stuff. They're ramming into each other. They're fighting. So
me and Maisie. Oh, Maisie and I? Me and
Yes.
Maisie? Which one?
If you weren't saying...
We went to the game is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So Maisie
So
and I?
you would say I went to the game. So then take away the Maisie.
So me went to the game.
No,
when it
I
worked.
went to the game.
No, I
So
know,
it'd be Maisie
yes.
and I.
So Maisie and I were privileged enough to go to the game thanks to her work. She won a raffle. And we were sitting there wondering, because we can, we have parking down here at the station. We're at 24th and Market. Maybe pull around the car, leave the car here, march down to City Hall, and participate in the activities. And then finally, we saw the trophy get awarded. Nick Foles handed off. And it was fantastic, and we said to ourselves, there's no way that we want to go and deal with that crowd. And I'm so happy we didn't, but it's a conversation we're having again for the Super Bowl because, NFC Championship's one thing, and there's part of me that I don't want to go out, celebrating and then jinx it because we're not celebrating too big of a win here. We still have one more game to go, everybody. But at the same time, it's the Super Bowl now. So do we go out with the Super Bowl? Because, to be quite honest, you might not get this chance to do it again in your life.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I know that, well, I'll be honest. My son said, hey, a bunch of our friends, they're just tailgating. They didn't even have tickets. There are a ton of people who just go and they tailgate, but they don't actually have tickets to the game. So guess what they've been doing all day?
What's that?
What do you think? They were do multiple guess. They were crocheting.
Yes.
They were volunteering their time for a good cause.
Yes.
Or they were, obviously they were imbibing all day.
Nope, not
right?
doing that, nope.
And now all day. And now we win. And now we see what happens.
Yeah.
So
it's just not a good formula.
I am the gatekeeper, Dan Borowski. I was like, nope. We're all going to stay here. I'm like, great food. You can have your friends over.
So what are you doing for it then?
So I always just make a lot of good food and say you can invite as many people as you want over, but let's stay at the house. Free food. You know what I mean?
What a crock.
What a crock. Whatever.
Yeah.
So there's that. 855-839-1210. So I know a lot of people, and I apologize if I talk too much, and I know a lot of people wanted to sound off about what Ben said about the California wildfires, about the orders that under emergency orders, Trump can do a lot to help people. And by the way, Biden never did that. He never pressured Gavin Newsom to just, let's turn on the water if it indeed was off for routine maintenance. Do we still have the callers or did everybody drop?
Don and Franconia is here with
Hey, Don. Don and Dawn. Hey, Don.
Good morning. Good morning, Don.
How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Hopefully you're the same.
Doing great. What do you think?
This is what I think. When the last spark is extinguished in these California fires, the future will be kind of dim, in my opinion, for California. First of all, when you buy land, you pay a certain amount of taxes on that land. When you put a property or a house on there, your taxes go up a helen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of very expensive mansions with big tax bills burnt down. So going forward, the county of Los Angeles is going to get much less tax revenue, and that tax revenue is used by for the other people to provide services. And when these services are cut, these people are not going to be happy, and they're going to look for somebody to blame, and they certainly don't have to look too far to find the culprits. And maybe, just maybe, going forward, these people will start thinking, hey, maybe we should elect somebody of a different thinking.
Yeah.
So that's my hope, that California can be turned red. So the only thing out there won't just be the forest fires that are red and the red eyes from all the smoke. There'll be people in charge that are Republicans, and they will turn California into what it should be.
Yeah, because it's a beautiful state. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that insight, Don. Don from Franconia.
Well,
thank you, Don. Yeah, we have right now, I think that what we learn from this, when you see the compare and contrast situation. So I know that MSNBC, we haven't played them in a while. I know they're losing their minds over all of these, executive orders and all these different actions. But the truth is that as Trump fulfills campaign promises, he said he would do all of these things. So he's getting rid of all of this DEI that I actually think what had the opposite effect, if I'm being honest. Because anytime you would look at a job, then people who are on the job think, oh, great, they're creating a new bureaucracy within even a private company. And so, or whether it's in government, and that's taking away from other jobs that are actually trying to serve the public. Also, if you are especially a woman, if you are a person of color, as they always try to label everybody, what does it do to you in a company if they say, oh, we've hired so-and-so? Then they immediately think, oh, They assume that somebody might be one of those DEI hires when it's just not true. So it's an insult. It has the opposite effect of somebody who absolutely deserved a job, earned that job, and should be in that job. And that's what really stinks. So I just hope we purge of all of this. And there's another piece of this, and that is thinking about the Department of Education, because that's happened too. As we see now, all the DEI is going to be removed from education. Why does that matter? Because if we remove that, then we remove the indoctrination. You see what I'm saying? It's like peeling that onion, if you will, and getting to the core of the problem. And so part of this is people have been brainwashed with this stuff. They've been told this, or they've been influenced to think that, well, have you thought about what other gender, what alternative gender you might be? Instead of thinking about math and science. And by the way, if you're something different, you're going to figure it out in your life. You don't need people prodding you and encouraging you to go down a certain rabbit hole of life. Childhood is tough enough. Teen years are tough enough. So let's just focus on education. You do education in the schools and let parents parent and have that privilege and honor. I think of the difference in our school systems that are private, right? Private schools, what do they say to you? Thank you for the honor and the opportunity of educating your child. And they cherish that and they take that seriously, but they include the parent rather than lock the parent out. That's part of the reason in New Jersey, when we talk about the governor's race and why New Jersey, some people say is purple, some people say it's red or it's going to be red. Why do you think that happened? It happened in part because of what was going on in our schools and what they were doing to kids. People don't like that. People don't want to be separated from their kids. Parents don't want to be told, oh, no, we're going to shut you out. That doesn't go well with most parents, quite frankly. We also, around the corner, we're going to revisit the issue of this is the latest with Republican attorney generals from 19 states are pressuring Costco to revoke what they say are illegal DEI policies. And this is after Trump's one of his executive orders. We'll talk about that and so much happening, a lot developing. We'll get to all of it. Thanks for being here today. Be right back.
For more expert shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund. See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band. The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, there you go, Dawn.
Remember you used to do that when you were a kid? That's what it reminds me of. Clicking our tongue. So the deal here is I just have to wonder if now they will crack down on tailgating because of this, what appears to be a very dire, tragic situation with an 18-year-old. We'll find out more.
Well, you think they're going to prevent like pregame tailgating?
I don't know.
What happens after the game?
Well, they could crack down on underage drinking. That, they could do a special task force on that. Because this 18-year-old's on life support, that's the latest. And this was the aftermath that had obviously happened. 18th and Market as he was celebrating. And what we saw, there were many videos that went viral in which the celebrations after we clinched the NFC East Championship title, and people were climbing poles, they were sliding on poles, they were falling off poles, they were jumping off of platforms. And it did not look good.
A lot of the celebrations after the Eagles win were fun and high-spirited, but we continue to learn more about some incidents that were much more unfortunate and tragic. This morning, police told Action News that an 18-year-old man who fell from a light pole at 15th and Market is now in an extremely critical condition. Authorities are also still investigating numerous reports of other injuries from throughout the night.
As soon as he hit the ground, literally the whole crowd was like, whoa, because
He thudded so hard.
You don't want to be, in a celebratory moment, have a tragedy occur.
Yeah, so there were a couple. Thank you. That was 6ABC. Was that Tam? Was that Tam Edwards? I'm not sure. It sounded like her voice, but so I will just say this: that we hate to see this, we hate to hear this, because everybody's celebrating, everybody's having fun. But will they do a crackdown? Because this is an 18-year-old, and so his family will no doubt have questions too. So we shall see. I know some of you want to sound off about the Eagles celebrations. 855-839-1210, the number to call. Dan, who do we have? Because my call screener's down. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Patrick in Springfield.
Hey, Patrick in
joins us.
Springfield. Patrick.
Hey, Dawn. I'm sorry, you there? I'm in my car.
Yes. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, Dawn. I actually drove down Saturday night in my RV. I was number one in line, slept over, was in the parking lot first. Let's call it 8 a.m. I don't drink at all, Dawn, and we have 2 season tickets, so my daughter and my wife went in, and I watched the game from the parking lot in my RV. The number of unaccompanied underage kids that are drinking down there is insane.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what happens. When the game starts, everybody that's got tickets is going into the game. So what you're left with is a bunch of underage, I almost call them like feral cats that have been drinking for 6-7 hours. And I got to watch my tailgate. I got to watch my coolers because these kids are just hunting for alcohol. And a lot of them are bringing bottles of liquor, from their parents' liquor cabinet. And candidly, it amazes me how you don't hear about this more often with that 18-year-old young man.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, there are thousands of kids that are underage that are down there without tickets. It just blows my mind.
So what do you think about, and I hate, I don't want to take the fun away from anybody, but how do you control that? In other words, if you're going into the lot, so they don't check the ticket? I mean, full disclosure, my sons were like, come on, all my friends are, and I said, well, do they have tickets? No, nobody had tickets. Yeah. And they're all underage. And they all went down there. I said, no, that is not happening. So I was the bad cop until I hear this. Of course, they're going to see the video and it's going to be in their face. You know what I mean? Tonight before dinner, because I'm going to show them this and say, look at what happened here. I'm not saying that would be you, but that's why it's just not a good idea.
Yeah, I would encourage you to continue to be a bad cop. My kids are now 27, 25, and 23, so they're all of age. But again, I'm driving them down. I'm driving them home. So I know if they have a couple of cocktails too many, they're in my RV and I'm driving home. Yeah. I'm telling you, Philadelphia could balance their budget by putting cops at the exits with the amount of DUIs that they could issue, when those games get over. So,
well, Patrick, I'm glad that you're now you got to be there first in line with your RV because that's good luck too. So we need you there, Patrick.
Absolutely. And Dawn, my wife says, you're insane. I said, honey, I'm going to get up. I'm going to make myself breakfast. I'm going to be nice and calm, and I'm going to be first in the lot.
I love it. Patrick, thank you. And go Eagles. E-L-G.
You got it. Take
we
care.
have to spell it. Thanks. Take care. Yeah, we have to spell it the Sherelle Parker way now because it's good luck.
That was you actually mocking her, correct?
That was E-L.
Okay.
How did she?
E-L-G-S.
E-L-G-S-E-S. Eagles.
I think she expected everybody to join. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, I know what happened.
What?
It was one of those things where the crowd gets away from you.
Yes.
You forget your place, right?
You go,
but you're the one, you're mouthing along, just making noises because you want to be seen talking with the crowd.
Yes.
Forgetting that there's a microphone right in front of your face picking up your exact words. And then this comes out. And she probably had no idea until after it happened that she had been caught.
I know, and everybody's making fun of her. She was a really good sport, though. She did come out again, and she was like, "How do you?" But we played it, so it was cute. I'm not going to put her down over that. I will be critical of anybody who has some policy issues that are not good for the city. But I know, and I'm going to get ripped. I'm always getting ripped about Sherelle Parker, but I like Sherelle Parker, and like I said to, just look, like I said to Ben Manis. Thank God. It could. How would you like this? How's this sound, Philadelphia? Mayor Helen Gim. Boom. I rest my case. Okay? That would have been, hello, how do we spell A? Remember how she spoke? We never hear from her, which is a blessing. She was a hot mess.
Anybody but Helen.
That's our story, and we're sticking with it. All right. We do have some fun news of the day that I do want to ask you about. One of them, I saw this study, and I'm a middle child, which is why my family teases me I ended up in television. But did you know that there are studies now, new studies that say the middle child, the perennial forgotten child, that's actually the best position to be in your family. So we'll go through that and have some fun with that. The middle child.
I think the youngest is.
They've got some things to say about the youngest as well, Dan.
Yeah?
Youngest child.
Yeah.
My husband's the youngest child. Jimmy Kelly, we have to ask Jimmy. Is he the youngest? What are you, Jimmy?
Are you the youngest? Just yell it over here. I don't hear your mic up.
We'll hear from him. We can't hear from him now.
Yeah,
he's the youngest, but we'll hear from him around the corner.
I don't want to keep him waiting too long because I want to hear Stephen Cherry Hill was apparently attacked at a Eagles tailgate at some point.
All right, Steve, are you okay?
I'm getting through it. It was
oh my gosh.
What
happened?
A recent game. Well, long-time listener. I really appreciate your point of view all the time. I listen to you. I listen to Dom and Rich when you were on there. I really appreciate your balance, buddy.
Thank you.
So me and my friends, we've parked over tailgate like 3 of the games this year. I'm not going to be specific on the game, but there was an attack on me and my friend from 8 minutes from entering a certain lot.
Yeah.
And it all got gridlocked. We were trying to pull up one of the aisles, and my buddy jumped out and he was attacked, and I jumped out, and a whole group of people just meleeed. And I can, when I hear you talk about your boys going down there, I would highly advise against it because other Eagles fans attacking an Eagles fan, just trying to park. Yeah. It's a little bit crazy, and I'm glad we're not seriously hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like you were talking about policy, maybe these people shouldn't be let in at 8:00 in the morning,
Yeah.
or whenever they're let in, because obviously the parties are getting, people are getting too tuned up for the parties because it's just a real shame.
Yeah.
Because it's a real shame that just to think that someone else would treat someone like that, and then. The aftermath of it, so disrespectful to the police walking around,
yes.
just animalistic kind of group stuff. And I've been down there my whole life, but I tell you what, I couldn't be watching the games going forward. I don't even want to see it, and it stinks because our Eagles they're really good this year.
Yes. It's so true. I'm glad that you're on the men. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, and that's why. My sons, the way I get around it is I say, I've got all this food. I prepared all this food. Have your friends come over. We got all this great food, and we'll be safe at home. Hey, thank you so much.
It takes a split second, guys, for something to happen. So just be aware of your surroundings to the Philadelphia people listening out there, because it wasn't safe, and there wasn't enough safety in that lot, in my opinion, for what occurred.
Well, hopefully they're listening to us for sure. Thank you, and I'm glad you're okay. By the way, Philadelphia police cited 31 citations, disorderly conduct. They have multiple arrests. They had multiple at least 2 people More than 2 people were shot, but 2 people killed. I mean, there was some raucous activity there. I will say this, that there were 4 different police officers who were assaulted, and I know they have in custody 2 different people at least, one of whom is from California. But I just wonder what the charges will be, and we will watch for this, because remember, we kept hearing in the media that anybody who physically assaults law enforcement should go away. They should be jailed for a very long time. And this came up during the J6er conversation, that anybody who in any way, shape, or form, whether they sprayed any kind of bear spray in the vicinity of an officer, injured an officer, they should get, the argument was they should get 17 years behind bars, and that 4 years was not enough. That was one of the things that we were hearing. So I just will be curious to see, for these individuals, and there are 4 arrests, direct assaults on police officers who were struck purposely, and a lot of this caught on video, struck purposely, hit in the face, hit in the head, and these officers injured. Now, I don't think any of these injuries are life-threatening or critical, but they were injured, and they were assaulted. So I'm just going to wait and see what are the actual charges of these felony assault charges against law enforcement, and are the prosecutors, this would be under DA Larry Krasner, so is he pushing for jail time for these individuals? And I don't think any of them are from Philadelphia, by the way. One is from California, one of the accused and arrested. The other one was from the suburbs. So we'll continue to just follow it up and look for some level of consistency. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll be right back. But first, I got to talk about Kitchen Magic, because, when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has been building a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. And from the custom cabinets that they do in-house, they create these custom cabinets in-house, local employer, to the countertops, the backsplashes, the all-important storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
A cold front moves through the Delaware Valley today with a chance for a snow shower up across the Lehigh Valley. Otherwise partly sunny and windy with a high 42. Windy tonight, partly cloudy, low 32 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, still windy with a high 46.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision, buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
So just a moment of a little bit of fun, because I always talk about being a middle child and how literally my parents were so upset about it that they brought this, this video when we were kids, and they were like showing Larry and the rest of the family, like, no, Dawn, and they go, here's Dawn, and we were swimming, in the lake or whatever, and they go, and then it's on me for maybe a second and a half, and then it goes over to my brother John. And my dad was like, no. That's my life. But this study highlighting that middle children tend to be, quote, more honest, more humble, and more agreeable than their siblings. And this is a new study, a recent study, that says middle children may have the advantage, implying middle children possess more desirable traits than their older and younger siblings. How about that? Take that. Also, I always could ever harass me because my brother did all of that. Nobody could bully me or harass me because I'm proofed. Do you know what I mean? Because John did every trick, Now, Dan, you're the youngest.
I'm the youngest.
Jimmy Kelly's the youngest. So what do you think about this study?
Well, I think we're the best, the youngest.
The
I think Jim
youngest?
would concur there, right, Jim? That we are the best?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Said the youngest,
But
the
I
baby.
think to a degree, I look at my raising, I do believe I was coddled. I was, kind of treated with kid gloves, I guess, to a degree, because I was the last one. But my brother, a little bit overlooked, and I think...
As the oldest?
No, he's the middle child.
Oh, he's the middle.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And I really think he's probably the smartest out of any of us, to be quite honest. So
I think I'm
you
the
might be onto
smartest.
something here.
I think I'm the smartest out of anybody in my family. I'll just
Said
say
like
that
a
right
true
here now.
youngest child.
That's right.
The baby.
Damn
Oh,
right.
the baby. Don't talk to the baby.
I'm
Right?
the baby, gotta love me. Was that for dinosaurs or something?
So do you hold resentment towards your brothers then?
Me?
Yeah.
I have a younger sister.
Oh, younger sister and an
Younger
older
sister,
brother, right?
older brother.
Okay.
So I do think if there's an oldest girl,
Uh-huh.
I think oldest girls tend to be, I think the whole birth order thing does definitely make who you are.
So what's the age
Shape.
difference between you and your siblings?
So John and I are closer because he's like a few years older than me. My sister's 6 years younger.
Okay.
So of course we always go, "Oh, she's so spoiled." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
So there's resentment towards the younger one a little bit.
always, because they're perfect. They're the baby. You know what I mean? They don't get the
My brother's
rules.
7 years older. My sister's 9 years older, and I think they
Yeah,
do
so-
resent
oh,
some
yeah.
of it. that
They
I
talk
get.
about you. He's so spoiled.
Ouch.
Yeah. He'll probably
Sure
get the
comes to
house.
light.
They'll leave him the house. You know, like that's the kind of thing.
I hope that's true.
That's all.
I probably need him more than they do.
That's
so.
all Dan heard out of the whole conversation.
House? Which house?
Which house?
Yeah.
Both. All of the above. I'm the
Don't
baby.
pay their mortgage too.
The entitled baby. No, so the study it is a Canadian study, but seriously, it's Michael Ashton of Brock University and the University of Calgary. So they teamed up for talking about, and they were just looking at parents. I guess parents published this, but they were just looking at parents and birth order and how it impacted you, how it shaped you. So. I don't know. We'll have to make this a recurring theme. 855-839-1210.
Let's hop on to the psychologist's couch there, Dawn.
Yes.
So you ended up in media, which is, if we're being honest with ourselves, we are, I would say, attention-seeking individuals a lot of times because we're in this world of being in front of cameras or microphones, and you being the middle child and kind of being overlooked a lot of your life, do you think that led to you wanting to be heard more, that ending up in front of a camera? Well, you started as a producer, right? But then you moved in front of the camera as a reporter and became an anchor, and now
Yeah.
you're doing radio. Do you think that middle child kind of ideology led to this?
Yeah, because the bulk of my career has been in television. Absolutely. It was more, but it's also because I'm a pleaser. Do you know what I mean? So there's that piece of it. But I also think that I was the kid who would sit and read all the time. So I love stories. And I was the kid, if I went to your house as a child, I would say, can I see your wedding book? It was the first thing. I wanted to know people's story, which they probably thought, who's this nosy kid? And then they saw me later. They're like, she became a reporter.
Well, it makes sense. The investigative journalist side of you,
But I really wasn't trying to be nosy. I just loved like getting people to talk about their story because I was kind of shy. So I was the bookworm because I was trying to be good and get attention for being good and being honest. Well, others, not so much.
Did you ever feel you've achieved that attention?
I don't know.
No.
I don't really think about it
a little
anymore.
too deep there.
I think that you sort of you because you're the middle kid, and that's really what the study says, that you end up because the baby gets all the attention, the oldest gets all the the pictures. There are a ton of pictures of my brother. There are a ton of pictures of my sister. There are like 3 of me. I'm being sarcastic, but not many. I'm just saying. So it says that personality, when you look at their personalities, honesty, humility, being in control and having good emotional health, being an extrovert, being agreeable, being conscientious, and being open to experiences. Number 1 score, ding, 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 middle children.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Makes sense.
I also think that it depends, though, because in a way, you're like an only child. And Jimmy, too. So then that's great stalker as well, right?
Yeah, I definitely have the only child vibes, too.
So...
the selfishness.
But
a lot of that.
Autonomy. I don't know. So, I don't know. If you guys have thoughts, 855-839-1210.
Coming up after the break, I'm going to queue up some pictures of a young Dawn. How about that?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Stop.
Because I stumbled upon your Broadcast Pioneers Hall of Fame entrance video that had some great pictures of when you were younger. Maybe tune over to youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
Is Anne-Marie sending you pictures of my childhood? They say that only children are not more narcissistic. They found that in the study. So they're, there's the good, the bad, the ugly.
I don't agree with that. I think even being the youngest, I have narcissistic tendencies that my siblings don't have.
Okay, but you need...
You grew up with the entire world revolving around you. I mean...
That's true.
You've been conditioned to be a narcissist. I don't mean to...
Well, but think about the jobs, whether you're a surgeon, whether you are a public person, whether you're a president, a lawmaker, right? All of those jobs and personalities require some level of narcissism. If they didn't have a little bit of narcissism... right? Then they would not be good or be able to handle that job.
I think you're right there. Yeah.
So there's that. I'm just saying. 855-839-1210.
Well, thank you for making me feel better about being a narcissist.
See,
there, Dawn.
you're not a narcissist. It's just everything in moderation. We'll be right back. Oh, and we got to talk about Piazza. Okay, not luxury vehicles, not so much in moderation. So whether you're at the point where, I'm still in the minivan, but I dream of the day, and it's coming soon, where, the kids are out of the house and you've earned it. You've worked for it. Now go get it. And I'm talking about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. And I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models, they have such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And with thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across Piazza's premium dealers across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships, Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Just visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult and we get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run. You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It's a big day in the Trump administration. Obviously, about an hour away from Caroline Leavitt's first ever big news conference. That's coming up today. And wow, they're going to have a lot to talk about. Your head is just spinning. By the way, federal employees who worked fully or partially remote for since the pandemic began, for like nearly 5 years, they're all coming to term with this as the executive orders say, get back to work. And then we're hearing more about this blitz across the nation. I don't know if the number is up to 2,000, but I believe that Trump is on track to have nearly 2,000, more than 2,000 arrests in total since he's just been 1 week. Think about how long he's been in office, and think about this: a little over a week in office. So the latest is a violent Trinidad ringleader wanted for a caught-on-camera break-in in Colorado, busted during these raids that happened in New York City with Kristi Noem there. I mean, the people that they're rounding up all have serious, violent criminal backgrounds. But Dan Borowski, what are you doing over there? What are you working on?
Yeah, so a new video popping up, going viral of this comes from NBC4 in Washington, Alexandria, Virginia. A resident talking about the ICE raids now going viral as to his comments. A little strange here, Dawn. Take a watch or take a listen.
They're right behind the Home Depot and the Giant. And the residents in that particular building, they tell me they had a rude awakening yesterday morning when the ICE agents rolled in. That's how Sunday morning started for the residents in this three-story building. One resident says he was awakened around 6:15.
I woke up to very loud, what I would categorize as aggressive knocks at my door. I approached the door, but before opening it, I asked who it was. I heard in response that it was the police. I asked if they had a warrant. They indicated that they did.
He says when they gave him an Hispanic name he didn't recognize, he opened the door.
I fully expected to see Fairfax County police at the door. Instead, I saw a group of men. It was at least 4, but I think it was more, decked out in what I would describe as like tactical gear.
In the video provided to News 4 by another resident, you can see the word police and the acronym ERO, which stands for Enforcement and Removal Operations within ICE.
I told them that they should be ashamed of themselves, that they were breaking up families, and that, what my government was doing was embarrassing, and they're embarrassing our country.
So he tells the agent that they're embarrassing, but the truth is that the other individuals say that, the people who are being rounded up are, in fact, these violent criminals. So we will get the full rundown of this. There's no question about that. We'll get the rundown. We'll get the allegations against these individuals. But, he's saying you should be ashamed of yourself. He's this white liberal dude. I'm glad that he's safe. But a lot of people don't feel safe. And that's the point here. Some of these people, many of these people, they're rounding up here. And, for example, in one of the raids in this guy's apartment complex, I believe the person was charged with child cruelty, abduction, and neglect. And so these charges are not light. These are not misdemeanors. These individuals, these are, just horrible charges. And this is happening across the country, as I've been saying all morning, as we find out about the people living in our midst. And my point is that we, the people, we have the right to have transparency with these arrests. If somebody is arrested, and this is happening in your community, and there's a violent crime, why is it that your local police, our local police and law enforcement are not allowed to put on that report whether or not that person is a United States citizen or whether they are, in fact, a non-citizen? They're here illegally. Now, that's different from somebody, maybe they have proper work visa or what have you, but to my knowledge, that's not what's happening here. These people are simply, they snuck into the country, they're here illegally, and plus, they're a criminal, either being hunted for, whether it's here or back home in their home country. And now those deportations are happening, gunfire and explosions at the southern border, by the way, because Mexico, they've had to put up those tents and they're getting ready. I mean, this is happening. It's real. It's underway. And we'll see, I believe, Dan, by tomorrow, we'll see 3,000. I think that's the number will be at 3,000 or maybe 3,500. That's what they're on track if you look at these numbers. It's an incredible situation. What a turnaround. And my goodness, what is Trump going to do next? Well, maybe we'll find out with a little help from our friend Dom Giordano. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn. Well, New York Magazine being accused, and I think rightfully, of cropping out black people from a Trump inaugural party hosted by a black person.
Isn't that racist?
You can't write this stuff. And also, the people lining up against RFK Jr., now we have the New York Post editorial board saying no, and a hard no, and attacking him. It tells me some good things about him, but the New York Post, wow.
So he's getting it from both sides.
Exactly, yeah.
Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details. Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time, and we should be hearing next day or so from the top advisor to RFK Jr., the person that works with him every day. I've been going back and forth with them. They feel these hearings, the people I'm talking with, a friend that's inside there, are going to be ferocious, and they're going to be Wednesday and Thursday, a doubleheader. And when I look at the people arrayed against RFK Jr., Mike Pence is particularly hypocritical on this. Mike Pence gets a lot of money from, places like Pfizer, Big Pharma. He's against him, saying it's an outrage. This guy is the enemy of pro-life. You know, Trump, as I said during the campaign, has handled the whole life issue incredibly well. We've talked about this. And he's gotten it back to the states, etc. But people like Pence don't see it that way. So that's one strike. Then you have, of course, we've talked about, I have some sound today of this, of the people that are in the big agriculture part of this whole deal. Here's a little bit. This is cut 7, Dan. I may stop it at a certain point here, but it's pretty good 2 minutes. Maybe we'll go a minute and a half. Here's Liz Wheeler, who does a great show with Blaze TV, etc. Here's what she says about potential Republicans and RFK Jr. blocking his confirmation.
So in 2024 alone, Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee received $316,656 from Big Pharma. Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana received $290,375 from Big Pharma in 2024 alone. Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming, $204,000 in 2024. Senator Tom Tillis, $131,955 in 2024 alone. This, by the way, amount of money, this is significantly more than the average salary of the American people. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas received $101,000 from Big Pharma in 2024. Senator Mike Crapo of Idaho received $97,000 from Big Pharma in 2024. Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina received $79,000 from Big Pharma in 2024. And by the way, guys.
All right, so just to give you a little bit of a rundown of some of these senators. Now, some of them are not suspect. I think Cruz and you mentioned Tim Scott. I think they'll vote in the end for RFK Jr. There's that, and then there are the agriculture. We've talked about this, the big agriculture. But then how do we explain this one? I mean, I love the New York Post. I wish they were our paper here in town. And I'd say they've grown more conservative over the years. Here's their headline today. The editorial board. Senators vote no to RFK Jr., who's still a radical left lunatic, hazardous to our health. Now, let's break that down. They have the hazardous to our health in there, but they also call him a radical left lunatic. Radical left again. Is that the role you think he's going to fulfill in this role here? Or is this the Make America Healthy Again role that essentially, and will Trump not be a guardrail? He's already put guardrails in with RFK Jr. In other words, when they were going around talking about the polio vaccine, it's like, whoa, stop it already. Come on, let's get back in our lane here. So this guy is the most exciting confirmation, I would argue, in my top 3 that I've ever seen. Because on the one hand, I can imagine the great stuff that he's going to do. On the other hand, you hear, you can't just blow this away and saying they're clutching their pearls. These are just a bunch of, Mitch McConnell's and all. It's the New York Post still going after him. So do you have any on a scale of 1 to 10? I think most people listening, they just love the whole vibe. He's a disruptor. He's the ultimate. Pete Hegseth's a minor league disruptor alongside this guy. This is disruption right in the heart of things. And the only thing you can't tell with him is how many different areas. We had a guy call in yesterday who thought, and the guy was a conservative, what he might do to farmers by this genetic farming stuff. And I looked up a little more on that. Yeah, I'm not on board with that. That would be nuts. That's going to cripple things. Can he stay in his lane? Food supply, things like that. Can RFK Jr. stay in his lane? If he can, well, then I think we really got something here. 855-839-1210. Does it give you pause to hear the New York Post? I mean, these others, Pence, pro-life, Pfizer, Marsha Blackburn, a lot of money from Big Pharma. Keep this in mind. These are all tells. Tomorrow, if you see some Republicans really go after him, really get it like Marsha Blackburn, remember some of these statistics. So as I said, we hope to have on the attorney at some point in the next couple of days. I'm going back and forth during breaks. That heads up Kennedy's Children's Defense Fund. So you can hear it from her perspective of what Kennedy brings to this and what's real and what's not. But 855-839-1210 gets you on board. I mentioned a moment ago this New York magazine, and the guy who hosted this party is African American. Used to be on my Facebook a lot. People that were on my Facebook page. I don't remember as much on Twitter. C.J. Pearson. He had to be only a teenager then, African American. He hosted this Trump inaugural ball, and they accused it, says Mediaite, this New York magazine cover story, the writer Brock Collier called it the mean kids table, the cruel kids table. And he's got a picture of all the younger Republicans that were there. And he says it was just all white. And they crapped out 2 African Americans that were in the shot that they used ultimately. They just crapped them out. And the guy who operated the inaugural ball, this ball I'm talking about, C.J. Pearson, is African American young male. He's the one blowing the whistle on this. So we're back again to them complaining, not enough diversity, et cetera. We got a lot on the DEI, including it looks like Black History Month, the federal government may not celebrate it. Now, I think that's going a little bit too far, and I'll explain. You can tell me if you think not. That's what for years we've had people say, why do you need Black History Month? I get some of the sentiments of what goes on during Black History Month, but honoring people that were true trailblazers or whatever, I don't see any difficulty with doing that. So 855-839-1210, that's how you get on board. But imagine New York Magazine cropping out the picture of African Americans here. I do think today, though, we're going to spend a lot of time talking, as I said, about RFK Jr., in that he is drawing fire from all over the place. We're going to talk with Pat Malloy, the chief of police out there in Abington. I was talking with him, emailing back and forth about Abington's position on how they'll work with the federal government about people that are here illegally and a bunch of other things that he's involved in. But 855-839-1210, that's how you get on board. That's quite compelling from Liz Wheeler, though, about the number of Republicans that have gotten that kind of money from Big Pharma. Now, I'm still on board with what I said before with RFK Jr., which is I think pharmaceutical companies ought to be able to advertise on TV. You got to be kidding me to be on the other side of that. I don't find the argument compelling. We went round and round with that. They put the side effects up, and the side effects that you hear at the end, if you want to make them give the side effects in a different way, go right ahead. Is that making people buy? Now, we see Ozempic today, and I think Kennedy was against it. That'll come up. I'm trying to remember who was contending with him that was in favor of it. You have somebody out there now, a singer, I think a B-lister, saying she used Ozempic, and there's bone loss problems, major bone loss problems. That's what she says. So should they be able to advertise that on TV and talk about it? Yes, I think they should. And I know that this puts more pressure on doctors when people see these medications. So that's probably going to come up tomorrow. As long as they put the side effects in. Now, if you want to have a different mechanism of putting the side effects in, okay, that can go right ahead. Maybe you think they talk too fast, they don't tell people enough, but this is a free country, freedom of choice. That argument still compels me. He's wrong on that, in my view. That's not what the problem is. All right, 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. Dan, do we have Juan Valdez? If you have it in a moment. Juan Valdez was the pitch person, big time for Colombian coffee. And he was one of the all-time mascots or human beings, a pitchman, call it what you will. And with Colombia, going back and forth with the president this week. Here we go.
So peaceful, so calming.
This is how you pick the richest coffee in Colombia.
Great voice.
This is how you pick the richest coffee in America. Look for the symbol of 100% Colombian coffee, handpicked by Juan Valdez, the richest coffee in the world.
Handpicked them.
There seemed to be a couple, when I looked at it, there was an early iteration. It was like the most interesting man in the world. I think there may have been 2 Juan Valdezes. I'm not sure, but there were gaps there. Okay.
How many Juan Valdezes are there?
Yeah, so we're looking for an all-time pitchman. Don't think just infomercial or woman. I'm going to take P.T. Barnum off. I mean, that's got to be the all-time.
Yeah.
And just to, not that I think he was, he was effective, so that's all that matters. I'll take Michael Jordan off just to open up in the mind the world of sports and other people who are endorsers, influencers, in the age of influencers. And the final one is my favorite guy, Ron Popeil. When Ron Popeil used to do those products like the hair, spray it on, he said, on your hair, you got a bald spot, just spray that right in there. The only thing, you might not be able to go out in the rain. But other than that, you can spray it on, and it looks like hair. He was so good, so avuncular.
Hold a political press conference.
Yeah, not a...
Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, Ron Popeil did?
No, Rudy Giuliani with his hair dripping down.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. He may have been using that. It looked like dye to me, but it could have been that, covering up the bald spot. That was one of the all-time worst Giuliani moments, and there are a lot of them. All right, Dan, who's yours?
Covers your bald spot,
there you
leaving
go.
you with great-looking hair.
Mine, Dom, is the great old...
Exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're going to love my nuts. Watch this. You can do everything in the cover. It's so easy. One finger. Kids can do it. They're going to charge you $1 for toppings at the ice cream stores.
That's Vince Offer from Slap Chop, Dom. Yeah.
Infomercial guys. Yeah,
you remember him with the really sharp look and the situation that happened with him in Vegas and
there are several all-time, the OxyClean guy, but we want to leave a few of them out there. All right, Henry, do you have one?
Yeah, I wasn't going to go with the obvious Billy Mays here. I didn't want to do that one. So, Dan, can you pop me up on my end here? Thank you very much. Oh, man, I'm...
Forgive and forget. When I go in here, they'll be buying me my favorite beer. Light beer from Miller. You, Bob Euchre? Yeah, how you doing?
That would be mine. Mr. Baseball himself, the late, great Bob Euchre.
All right.
Miller Light.
All right. So there were a lot of pitch people in there. Think of the all-time one. And we'd like a few women. If you can think of a few women, they've started to get into the field now. Influencers, a lot of them are women. Hit us with that in honor of Juan Valdez, Trump, Colombia. But this is going to be a ferocious battle with RFK Jr. Coming up, I have some Paulsboro experience over the years. I broadcast from there. It was a wild thing. We were friendly with the mayor of Paulsboro, and there was some controversy. I was doing the morning show then. It was one of the wildest broadcasts ever. 300 people showed up and all that. I'm saying that because this is a YouTube special you don't want to miss. We have coming up this Paulsboro city councilman who's a Democrat and gets pulled over in Paulsboro, New Jersey, for going through a stop sign. Now, I've been known to slide through stop signs myself, so I know you feel like you didn't do it. And he tells the cop, "Are you kidding me? I'm your boss." Typical Democrat. "You can't do this to me. I'm the boss of you as a cop." Think about this. What other violations could this guy commit? It's the guy's quite a character amidst the cursing and threatening, etc. So we'll play that coming up. It's Thomas Holloway. I believe he's the third. I think it's a Roman numeral guy, which is always a problem.
Ooh.
But it is...
Aren't you a Roman numeral guy?
No, I'm not a junior. We never did the junior thing. And DJ avoided. He would have been the third.
But DJ is a junior.
No. He's
No?
just DJ.
Oh, yeah, because you have different middle names.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Dominic Joseph. He would have been the third. if we had done. Yeah, avoid the Roman numeral. You can't be doing that.
No?
Why
And the
not?
junior never really works.
I like the Roman numeral.
But the third works.
I don't think so.
Oh, having
yeah.
seeing like someone with their jersey, like a football jersey, and they have the 3 on the back, I think it looks awesome.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it works in real life. If you're up there as the third, people think Nepo baby right away.
Dom Giordano the third.
Yeah, it's just never. They think somebody put you there. It's not you. Okay. We'll play Holloway, the best of Holloway. And he's always welcome to call in the show and tell us who else he's the boss of. Typical Democrat politician, South Jersey, at its best. Then he hasn't expired everything. He's got a bunch of paperwork in the car he's gone back and forth with just looking for his stuff. Also, I hope to play you Governor Beshear coming up. That guy from Kentucky, the one that went after J.D. Vance. He's out there as the point person telling us, when is Trump going to bring those prices down at the grocery store? Is that, you have him, Dan? Yeah, I can't resist this guy. I so despise this guy because he is a Nepo baby. His father was a governor, launched him in a law firm. He's the one that tried to steal J.D. Vance's identity, saying he's not really Appalachia. I'm in Kentucky. He doesn't know anything really about that. J.D. Vance. Listen to Beshear. This is their narrative about Trump.
You're a Democratic governor in what's in a red state, so you understand a balanced approach. It's how you have to operate. You have called for a balanced approach on immigration before. You've been critical of some of Donald Trump's approach to immigration in the past. These operations, as he is running, these operations as he's running them, it's something that he ran on. How do you square it all? Do you think this is the right way if this is what he was elected on?
Well, there are portions of what he ran on that I think fit into a balanced approach. You know, border security is national security, and ensuring we have a secure border is important. But when you look at the approach, it's only addressing the supply side, if you will, the people who are trying to enter the country or who are in the country illegally. It's not looking at the demand side whatsoever. It's not looking at the number of migrant visas that are needed. It's not looking at our economy and saying we're going to need more workers in these different areas and how do we fill them. So we're only going to get to a point where we're truly addressing immigration when I understand there are alternative facts now, but how about math? Let's hopefully not have alternative math. When we sit down and we do the math about how many new citizens we need in the United States, how many folks that we need for really important industries, and doing that math is going to be important if Donald Trump is going to fulfill his campaign promise to lower prices. You know, that was, I think, one of the defining issues of the campaign. I think it's why he is president. But what I've seen out of his executive orders are him addressing everything but inflation and prices. We see more executive orders on culture war issues than we do on the economy. So as he's doing this immigration approach, I think it's really important that he brings Congress together to ultimately get the math right, and that could help us to ultimately decrease prices at the grocery store.
Can you imagine this guy, right? And every one of these stinking Democrats who went along with Biden or agree themselves, they put us into this position. They spent and spent and spent, which they always want to do. They diminished the middle class and convoluted. They're trying to say, well, Trump's going to cause worse inflation here. We'll see about that, buddy. We'll see when those grocery store prices go down. But this is going to be quite a battle because a lot is baked into this. All right, so hit us with that all-time pitch person. Where are you feeling with RFK Jr. when the New York Post goes after him in this matter? This is going to be, and tomorrow we'll have full sound on this, one of the biggest, best debates ever.
I cannot wait.
In this, this is a big one. Tulsi Gabbard, I know. This is the heart of the matter, though, with RFK Jr. And you know what could happen? He could get a Democrat vote or two and yet lose 5 or 6 Republicans. It's certainly possible. Who knows who's bought in this whole thing? 855-839-1210.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A first for Whole Foods happening here in Philadelphia. Workers at the Spring Garden location vote to form a union. From the Northeast to University City, dozens of speed cameras will go up on Frankfort Avenue. And injured Eagles captain Brandon Graham teases a possible return for the big game.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. We have breaking news. I mean, every second here with these deportations. The guy who was apparently the ringleader, remember that apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, was apprehended overnight in New York. They broke down the door, Dan. You said, a nice touch. They didn't even just bring him out in handcuffs. They brought him out in shackles. I wish we had 100 shackles for this guy in New York. You know?
Great stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. I love the shackles. Nice touch, Tom Homan.
Yeah, so New York Post reporting, Anderson Zambrano Pacheco, who was wanted in Colorado, kidnapping, burglary, menacing charges. He was a suspected Tren de Aragua ringleader. Witnesses say they saw officers smash down his apartment door before hauling him away. A witness said when they brought him out, he had shackles on his wrists and his feet. His face had a real angry expression. It was strange. Continuing on, it says it's unclear exactly when the 25-year-old moved from Colorado to the Bronx, but neighbors suggested it was sometime in the fall. And if you go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you'll see that viral Blink video from that apartment complex of showing Tren de Aragua going around terrorizing. And you set it up because it's your favorite clip of all time, but it's that Raditz clip.
Yeah, we're going to play Martha Raditz. I just wanted to make one point. You know, there are bean counters out there who they don't get personally worked up. The great Frank Rizzo did, and that's the people that I admire. In other words, when I see these guys blatantly doing something like this...
I'm telling you, get away from me.
in Aurora, Colorado, I think of guys like Rizzo. When I see these maniacs falling off poles and cops saying, well, we didn't want them up there, but what are you going to do?
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
There you go. I want guys who viscerally saying, not on my watch, and Homan's one of those guys. But Martha Raddatz is not. Remember this clip? Martha Raddatz with Vance. And Vance, with Brennan the other day, nailed her in that interview, but Brennan is a lot smarter than Martha Raddatz. I mean, it was not good what she tried to do. But Raddatz, listen to the exchange.
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
And J.D. Vance. And then at the end, Raddatz still will not let up. She wants to stand on the Hill saying, well, it's only a few apartment complexes that they took over. If I'm in charge and I hear that, or I want a president to say, I'm dropping everyone. What do you mean? We got a nuclear talk. I don't care about your nuclear talk. We're flying to Iraq. I want you to surround it with every federal agent you can. This second, I want to stop them. I want you to drag them out in shackles. You're not doing this in America. That's the message you have to send.
You're a crumb creep.
Thank you, Frank. But here's Martha Raddatz.
The incidents were limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the
Martha.
mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump is the problem and not Kamala Harris's open border. Americans are so fed up with what's going on, and they have every right to be. And I really find this exchange, Martha, sort of interesting because you seem to be more focused with nitpicking everything that Donald Trump has said rather than acknowledging that apartment complexes in the United States of America are being taken over by violent gangs. I worry so much more about that problem than anything else here. We've got to get American communities in a safe space again. And unfortunately, when you let people in by the millions, most of whom are unvetted, most of whom you don't know who they really are, you're going to have problems like this. Kamala Harris, 94 executive orders that undid Donald Trump's successful border policies. We knew this stuff would happen. They bragged about opening the border, and now we have the consequences, and we're living with it. We can do so much better, but frankly, we're not going to do better, Martha, unless Donald Trump calls this stuff out. I'm glad that he did.
Oh, no. She went on, she summarized it for a minute, and then she looked to wherever J.D. Vance was in the ether and said, only a handful. Can you imagine what the calmness? It came to him. He was going to answer one way, and then he paused and said, yeah, here's what I'm going to do. Do you hear yourself? Do you just hear yourself?
Unless Donald Trump calls this stuff out, I'm glad that he did.
Okay, let's just end that with they did not invade or take over the city, as Donald Trump said. I want to move on to
just a few apartment complexes, no big deal.
A few apartment complexes that the mayor did not seem was invading the entire city. Let's move on to women and abortion.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
Let's go to women and abortion. Of course, we're always going to go to women and abortion. Oh, my goodness. Only a handful. 3 or 4 times in there. J.D. Vance is great in these things. Brennan is a worthier. Martha Raddatz is the all-time hack of hacks. Lives in a $2 million house in Alexandria, Virginia. Only a handful. All right, we ran through that segment. Coming up, we'll play you this Thomas Holloway III. I'm coming to you on that all-time pitch person. I want to hear you, though. I think people, by and large, are rooting for RFK Jr., but look at the people on the other side, and you see what they're into, like Mike Pence, Pfizer, alleged pro-life, these senators, these Republicans who are paid by the pharma industry, Democrats who are usually going to be in sync with him, but not because he's with Trump. But what do we make? What's the play of the New York Post editorial board saying senators vote no to RFK Jr., who's still a radical left lunatic, hazardous to our health? I guess the question will be this. You know what the big question is. Will we be healthier or less healthy with RFK in that role? 855-839-1210. At some point in the show, too, you want to get in on this. Gloucester schools will open 2 hours late the Monday after the Super Bowl.
Good.
I am so opposed to this. I will die on this hill taking everyone down. I'm in favor. I get the nostalgia if there's a parade of taking your kid to the parade. Now, you could say, but Dom, that's a whole day of school. I get that. But starting this stuff, 2 hours late, is it that much of a burden to show up at school that day? And people now are saying, let's follow the lead of Gloucester. I'm going to check the Gloucester reading and math scores, Dan. Somehow or another, I suspect they're in the bottom third. And we'll hear your idea of why they deserve 2 hours off. Parade, if there's a parade, yes. I think that's how you create a memory. But how are you creating a memory with showing up for school 2 hours late? 855-839-1210. You can get in. And thank you, Frank Rizzo. Frank Rizzo would have gotten that. Can you imagine?
Get away from me, you crumb.
Dan, I think there was something called the Red Army, and they were kidnapping Americans. He said, let me take 500 of Philadelphia police over there. We'll have every one of them by dinner time, and we'll take over the rest of Germany if you want us to.
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you. You're a coward. You're a crumb, creep, lush coward. Get away from me, you crumb.
Oh, God. 855.
You're a creep.
855-839-1210. Never gets old.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
That's the all-time line. You're with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision, buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com! Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtual Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. Hasn't been sober on Twitter. Satan as a pitchman. Yeah, that's a good. That's outside the box. You got to say. I don't know if we'd ever accept Satan as an answer, but on that one, it's pretty much on the money.
I mean, can we take Jesus off the board too?
Yeah, we got to take them both off the board.
Yeah.
Then. Yes. Roe even texting Dan on the Gloucester City schools noted academic giants saying 2-hour delay.
Look,
I mean, what time's the Super Bowl going to get over? 10:30, roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, 10:30.
But you got kids who are out there way past their bedtimes. That really limits the ability to go to parties and such, because then you got to leave at halftime to get the kids in bed at a decent time, right? So they can go to school the next day. So my whole thing is, look, if they can take a day off for an in-service because it's convenient to a teachers union, why the heck can't they give a day off to the kids the day after what might be the only time they ever experience that in their life?
Because it never ends. I mean,
how many times do you go to the
if they win
Super
the
Bowl?
game and it's a parade, well, why are they getting the day off? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, they're getting 2 hours off, right?
Yeah, but why? The parade, I understand it. It's memories. It's a big civic event. You have them write about it. You can talk about it. But what am I writing about or talking about with the 2 hour delay?
Well, obviously, those 10-year-olds drinking all that beer, they got to work off their hangover.
That's exactly right. Yeah, they may have lost in a bet. They had the spread. The math class that day could be on that.
It fell off a pole, maybe.
Yeah, fell off a pole.
They're coming down from a sugar rush. You never know.
Yeah, so, all right. Do you like that idea?
I think it's more for the parents than it is for the kids, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I hear you, but I mean, that's one of the duty of parents. I mean, you have people that want to have a national holiday, the day off. The NFL will never give in, and please see, this is why they do this stuff. They won't play on Saturday night. Why can't you play on Saturday? They don't want to play on Saturday night. Whatever their own mechanism is, it doesn't matter. Okay, why don't they move it up a little bit? It's all about them.
It infringes on college football.
No, I mean, why don't they move up
you mean
the kickoff and the hours it starts and all that stuff?
Prime time.
Well, it's all about the end. I don't know that it's prime time. Well, then shorten something.
6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Everyone's at home at 6 o'clock. Everyone's going to be watching.
6 on a Sunday, I guess, yeah. There's nothing else to do.
Well, why does it take until 10:30, though?
Halftime show.
Right.
You know, the wife's getting involved in this one, Dom. The arbiter of everything that is correct.
Right,
She says, Roe says, give a whole day off or nothing. 2-hour delays are terrible days for teachers as well as for educating kids. Our city needs a parade, but leave schools out of it. ... Heart emoji. Thank you for that, Roe. Very sweet of you. Says he's wrong. Smiley face emoji. Give them a day off. The school district can definitely do it.
Oh, she wants a day off after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, see?
Well, then if there's a parade, that's another day they're not going to go. Then the Philadelphia Public Schools will say it's too hot.
You should leave the day of the parade up to the parents and let them take in a day of absence. You know, cough, my kid's sick. But the day after, I mean, I think it's more of a universal. Everybody could use the day off after celebrating all night.
All right, we'll remember that. I'm sure Greg Stocker has additional producers. I can imagine what guys will roll in this Monday.
I just experienced this past game in a luxury box, and I was here on Monday. So if I can do that,
go.
I guess
all right,
everyone
there's
else can
testimony.
do it, right?
Right.
Yeah. I drank my weight.
855.
Oh, you and me both, pal.
855-839-1210. You'll get in with that. Now, here, YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210, WPHT. Here's Thomas Holloway III. As I said, we were really friendly with the mayor of Paulsboro, John Berzicelli. Real good guy. Interesting town. I broadcast from there, Dan, and it was some controversy. I'm trying to remember. It was incredible, the number of people. The co-host, it was a female, read the announcements at the school, went to where they toll the bell in the town. So it's a great little town. But this guy, Holloway.
Where the bell tolls.
He gets pulled over near his house. He's a councilman, apparently, in Paulsboro. Listen to this exchange. We have the brief one. The 7-minute one is full of expletives. Here's when he tells him, I'm not a random. I'm your boss. You can't stop me.
Uh-oh.
Here
Pulling
it
the
goes.
card?
Yeah. Here we go.
You can't be serious. Oh man, what's going on? Why you acting this way? You can't be serious. And what did you pull me for? Why you acting that? I want to know what exactly are you getting behind me for? Stop sign. You stop at a stop sign. I did stop as much as I can stop.
As much as I can stop.
You rolled through that joint. Are you serious, cuz? I am serious. Do whatever you gotta do. What do you need? I got you. Just let me see your license, man. God, Jesus Christ. What do you need? Don't think I ain't gonna talk to Gary about this. I've got a lot to do with it. But let's go home. You know me. I got you. Yeah, like I'm running around here with my gun toting, weed smoking. Son, I'm the one that hired you. I'm bringing you on. Are you crazy? Yes, absolutely. On your camera, I put you on. Mm-hmm. Come on, man. You got the registration insurance on you, man? Jesus Christmas.
Here it comes.
Like this, man. It's on your car, trying to go home, bro. I got you. I live right there, bro. Like you actually pulled over an elected official. You're not pulling over a random. You're pulling over your boss. I am literally your boss. Like,
All right. I'm an elected official, another New Jersey Democrat. How many times in greater or lesser degrees have we seen this play out? And he knows he's on camera. He hasn't forgotten. I'll say it right on your camera for you.
Literally your boss. Like,
oh, yeah. It's bad.
The whole 7 minutes is unbelievable. And the mayor just basically told another radio station, well, he's a good guy. It's just kind of regrettable.
You're pulling over your boss. I am literally your boss. Like,
all right. Let's go to a couple callers here. Side question today. Think outside the box. All-time pitch person for something like Juan Valdez, the whole thing with Trump this week. By the way, in no order yesterday, Trump's with Republicans at this place that used to be the Doral or Trump Doral, saying, let's get rid of the income tax, replace it with tariffs. And oh, by the way, we're starting construction of an Iron Dome over all of America. So Alan West is on the show tomorrow. I'm going to ask him, my understanding with Star Wars, the Reagan thing, is that we can shoot down a missile, or we believe we can. But Trump is talking about a protection over the whole country where you could launch just about anything and it's going to be shot down. And he wants Pete Hegseth. Can you see Pete Hegseth within 30 days, Dan, to have the plans drawn up for construction of the Iron Dome? Oh, man. You know, Pete Hegseth's probably thinking, this might be an easy weekend coming up after this grueling confirmation. Trump wants me to have the Iron Dome on his desk in the very near future. Let's go to George in Roxborough to start off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, George, afternoon.
I love to hear those Frank Rizzo cuts. I wish he was still with us.
Oh, yeah.
Check that thing out. Unhook it.
I think that's the longer one, George. He said, go ahead, George.
Here's my pitch person.
Yes.
Madge, the manicurist for Palmolive. You're soaking in it.
Absolutely, yes. She looks vaguely like the woman who does the Progressive insurance thing. Sort of the same style. Yeah, Madge and Palmolive. It's a little bit back, but yeah, absolutely. 855-839-1210.
Madge, the hands fell off this cloth. Oh, you should be so lucky. Oh, why don't I try for these? Try everything and use Palmolive dishwashing liquid. It softens your hands while you do the dishes. You're soaking in it. Dishwashing liquid? It's Palmolive. Mild? More than mild. Makes heaps of suds that last. And like I said, Palmolive softens hands while you do the dishes.
There you go. You got everything covered. All right. Grab a line. We'll talk with Pat Malloy. A lot happening in Abington at 1 o'clock. And we're watching the RFK Jr. thing. How many people can be against this guy? Does that tell us he's really going to break through? But New York Post is usually pretty reliable, and they say still a left-wing lunatic. 855-839-1210.
You're pulling over your boss. I am literally your boss. Like,
Walter Sterling.
I had 24 charges at a Ukrainian supermarket in Ukraine. That would have been a fraud alert. Therefore, what I do now, and this is my tip to you, if you go to ghetto gas stations to get the cheapest price, and you should, get the cash out of the ATM, pay it in cash. You won't have any of these troubles.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
For January only, Kia of CherryHill.com is offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available to choose from. Kia of CherryHill.com is offering ultra-low lease payments for the month of January. Available 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand financed through KMF. On approved credit. Ends 1/31/25.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A first for Whole Foods happening here in Philadelphia. Workers at the Spring Garden location vote to form a union. From the Northeast to University City, dozens of speed cameras will go up on Frankfurt Avenue. And injured Eagles captain Brandon Graham teases a possible return for the big game.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Unlock your savings potential in 2025 with a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account and earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Tom Giordano's show. Pat Malloy, Chief of Police out in Abington, will be with us at 1 o'clock. And I started going back and forth with him, and he sent me some stuff about how Abington handles illegal immigration working with the feds. But he clipped something, and he knows one of my passions, the tinted windows. I see Philadelphia, Sherelle Parker, etc., more speed cameras, right? And all this is going to do is nail some people. All right, they shouldn't be speeding, vaguely speeding, not the marauders that are out there, including those that are clearly driving around with an illegal vehicle, the tinted windows. This is cut 2, Dan. Here's the chief of police over in Ben Salem, and Malloy sent it to me. They had a shooting the other night in which the good guys, the cops, had to defend themselves, and one of the bad guys was killed. And why the cops stopped this duo, who were heavily armed, taking them off the street? Tinted windows. Listen to this from the chief of police in Ben Salem.
What was the reason for the initially when they were stopped? Like, why were they stopped?
The initial stop was for a window tint violation. A minor traffic stop.
All right, there you go. All right, is it a minor traffic? I mean, but what are you doing with the tinted windows? What is it with the tinted windows? You know how dangerous that is for cops when they pull someone over in a situation they can't see in there. It's silly that this continues to go on, this trend, this mania. So we'll talk with him about that and a couple of other things. Let's go to Ann in Broomall. Ann, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ann, good afternoon.
Hi, Dom. It's good to talk to you. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
And I think I have a good one. I think all the baby boomers out there are going to remember this. You remember the catchphrase, it takes a licking but keeps on ticking. Timex, John Cameron Swayze.
Yeah, he had a certain accent, a certain presentation skill that fits something that was a little bit upscale. Thank you, Annie. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, think a little bit more outside the box. Think of all the pitch person. We haven't gotten a woman yet. Think of some of the influencers that are there. Think of people who have persuaded people. That's what we're looking for coming off Juan Valdez. At 2 o'clock, I told you I was talking to my friends that are friendly with RFK Jr. We're going to have on one of the chief confidants, the guy that's worked with him on most of these projects that he's been involved in. And we'll give you a preview of what they're expecting tomorrow. So you got to be here at 2 o'clock because tomorrow this is going to be groundbreaking. And will we be able to out some of these people that are only engaging in this because they're compromised by big pharma, big ag? I don't think the New York Post is. I think they legitimately see RFK Jr. as loopy and dangerous. Which one is that? You know, long editorial today. He's still a radical left lunatic, hazardous to your health. Is there someone else out there? And, you know, Trump with this one is kind of hands off. It's like Trump saying, look, you may remember Trump on Truth Social criticized him just like the New York Post did today. And then when they had a meeting of the minds, Trump, I think, transactionally said, okay, I'll put you up to do this. If you fail, you fail. So Trump is not out there beating the drum as he did with Pete Hegseth. But if RFK Jr. is confirmed, this Make America Healthy Again is a big play. This could really benefit not only healthier kids, et cetera, but breaking through in the suburbs. Are Democrats really taking on the kinds of things most of us know seem to encourage difficulty with kids? Now, I'm still in the camp. You're not going to tell me Johnny's fat just because some big pharma or some big food person, but there's some of that. Could be he doesn't run around enough either. That's another issue. I don't know that RFK Jr. gets into that, but as long as he stays in the food lane, there's a lot here. And this will be a fierce fight, I think, with a lot of Republicans, even more than Democrats. I don't know that Democrats are going to go after him tomorrow in quite the same way they're going to go after Gabbard or Kash Patel. I think they're massing to try to take those two out more than anything. All right, we're going to talk with Chief of Police Pat Malloy. A lot of stuff happening in a place like Abington when it comes to illegal immigration. And they've had some big criminal enterprises by these master criminals come into the country illegally from Chile, among other places. All right, he's next. And your calls. Keep the pitch people coming on Talk Radio 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades, accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously, right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We're going to talk with Chief of Police Pat Malloy from Abington in just a moment. But after that, we're going to dip into the first White House press briefing of the Trump administration. Caroline Leavitt, who I believe is 27 years of age, And I'm looking at the picture that Fox has, youngest woman ever to be in that role. It gives you an idea of how this is not a grandiose room at all. I've been there a couple of times. It's kind of junky. It's kind of small. And the seats sometimes are a bit ripped. You don't see that from some of the shots. This shot, they're showing it. It looks kind of crowded and small. And that's exactly what it is. It is at the White House and all, but still, it's not overwhelming. All right, Pat Malloy is quite a friend to the show. He and a group of others really guard the suburbs in a manner that is world class. And I was just talking with him because he sent me that cut we played from that news conference about tinted windows. And all the time we talk with him, you go through Abington, you have people coming through Philadelphia with the phony license or no license plate, tinted windows, guns, weed, saying, what do you mean? I just came from Philadelphia. Everything's okay with that. Maybe not in Abington. Let's go to Chief Pat Malloy. Hey, Pat, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, thanks for having me on.
Well, Pat, at this moment in time now, local communities around the country, and I guess we're poised. New York last night, illegal immigration, one of those vicious drug gangs. Philadelphia, I'm told by one source they think something will happen here this week. What's the stance in Abington?
Sure. I've been 32 years in this business, and I can recall ICE showing up on my beat when I was covering Glenside North Hills for a couple occasions. One was Guatemalan illegally in our country that shot a cop in his home country, so we assisted in taking that individual into custody. And then I was down on Mount Carmel Avenue, and we were approached by ICE agents to help with somebody working at the local pizza place who was a repeat sex offender who was deported once, came back, and reoffended. And I was just on an email chain with all the chiefs in Montgomery County talking about this because there's some legitimate concerns I think that people are bringing to our attention, but it's based on emotion and bad information. Just for example, like in the Pottstown area, one of the chiefs responded that we had an undocumented individual from Ecuador that was sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl. December 24th, Bangladesh, that was trafficking a 14-year-old girl from Bangladesh. And just yesterday, there were 3 males from Honduras, illegal immigrants, that were selling guns. And as you know, like the South American theft ring and the Chilean burglars, we're hyper-focused on public safety. We're not out there, like, investigating immigration status, but we do focus on and triage taking violent felons and repeat offenders off the streets. And you see this new focus, sort of the gloves are coming off with taking, bad guys into custody. It has, I've reached out to residents and people from the Human Relations Commission who were encouraging us not to cooperate with ICE. And, this is the ultimate team sport. Whether you're federal, local, or state, we're here to work as a team to be hyper-focused on public safety and taking bad guys off the street. I don't care where you come from. We're not focused on that. And maybe there are people who are legitimately concerned that because of their immigration status that the local officer is going to do a ped stop. Well, that's just not based on any reality. It's all emotion, and it's perpetuated, I think, by the media and others who should know better. They should ask the questions like you ask and have cops on the show to tell you how it really is, not what people perceive.
And, Pat, this Chilean gangs, I think this morning you commended the highest commendation or one of your highest commendations for Raymond de los Santos, officer there who was involved, and just the grunt work in bringing this to fruition, the boldness of this, that these guys, the Meadowbrook area for you, but they've done it in others from Chile, they come to the United States, they have the wherewithal to get into the country, block Wi-Fi, have the most sophisticated equipment. How do they enter the country? I mean, what is it based on that they're able to penetrate this?
Yes, and we had one that came in through Houston, through Texas, on a 90-day work visa, and they just stay beyond the 90 days. And even in that one case, we had somebody come in that we took into custody that was associated with murders and gangs in his country of origin. And I couldn't be more proud of Lieutenant Steve Fink. As you know, he's now a major crimes detective in the county. And he was ringing the bell about this and sounding the alarm a couple of years ago when none of our federal partners or even at the state level were even in tune to this. So he took the leadership role and put together a task force. And now I have people from the FBI and the Attorney General's office complimenting Steve Fink and the Abington, police department for some of the things that they've done. Over $1 million just on that one block of stolen merchandise in Abington. $1 million, 10 burglaries, and then irreplaceable heirlooms were taken from those residents. So this is not a crime of violence, but this is a serious crime. Going into somebody's house, and these individuals, because of flaws in the system, were able to stay here, repeat offenders. But right now we're having some success in locking them up from California to Pennsylvania down to Florida because of the task force and the combination of federal, state, and local law enforcement people working together to protect our citizens. And that's what we're take an oath to do that, and there's nothing on God's green earth that will ever stop me and my officers and all of the officers in Montgomery County from cooperating to make our community safe, and whoever comes into our municipality to ask for some help to take a violent felon off the street. We're all in.
Talking with Pat Malloy, Chief of Police out in Abington. So, Pat, the headline that I saw from all the immigration stuff, in Denver, not Aurora, but near there, they took into custody 2 cartel members, and 134,000 was the count, fentanyl pills. And the little bit that I know, I'm squeamish about this. You mentioned the word fentanyl. I'm not going to be anywhere near that touching it, being around it. But 134,000 pills.
Yes, this is like a national security crisis. And I know through family, friends, and just my experience here in Abington, when we lose a young person to fentanyl, and we've had numerous and an uptick over the years, a lot of it can be traced back to Colombia or Mexico, and these new pill presses, which are made in China. All of these things with highly deadly like poison that's coming into this country. And I think we have to have all hands on deck. And I applaud the officers in Colorado and all these task forces who are rolling up their sleeves. Like, this is a national emergency. Each and every one of those lives are sacred. And I've seen too many good kids get caught up, whether they're taking Vicodin after surgery, and then they get addicted to that, and then they're going on the street and buying poison, which is designed to kill our young people, and they've been very successful. Over 60,000 a year consistently. I mean, this is a crisis and another byproduct of the issues that we have at the border.
Pat, the Irish mafia of police chiefs out there, so to speak. You sent me the Ben Salem guy who looks like he belongs in a John Wayne movie. We say that all the time. Talking about they stop people for tinted windows. And again, thank you for sending it to me. You know how I drill down on a thing because I see a problem that can be stopped here, and just the proliferation of this, and we become used to it. What do people say when they're stopped for this? Do they say, well, I did it in Philadelphia, it must be legal? What's their excuse?
Yeah, that is a common response. They think, when you let up on something like Philadelphia, and God bless the officers in Philadelphia, they run from call to call. They're sort of have to react. They don't even have the time to do proactive policing. And the staffing and deployment in the future, I hope, gets to that point, Dom. But we emphasize when you come on board here, you're not going to sit on the sidelines as a police officer in the suburbs. You're going to come and you're going to be proactive. You're going to treat people with respect and dignity. But these tinted windows are an officer safety issue. And so if you're driving through Abington and the officer is not running calls, you're going to be stopped. And you saw how that yielded, what results were yielded.
Guns.
Yes. Guns, warrants, and there's a litany of really bad actors that were removed from the street because the officer was proactive in either a license plate, a tinted windows, what I call like the broken windows theory of the roadway, sort of the quality of life. And at a time where we have, more pedestrians being struck than ever in recent times and accidents, we're out there to have high visibility enforcement. And the bad guys got to know when you're coming through Abington, and you have tinted windows, there's a good chance you're going to be stopped. And what we have yielded and taken guns, ghost guns, guns with their filed serial numbers off, just amazing work that Bill McVeigh's department consistently does, and many of our departments up here in Montgomery County, because of the culture that we build, in being proactive. And I hope one day Philadelphia has more officers and they're able to get back into that type of policing.
Well, Pat, as always, thank you. Thanks for the insight, and particularly my fetish on the tinted windows. I just see it. I drive Roe among all people crazy. If I were driving with you, there's another one. What the heck goes on with this stuff? So, Pat, thank you. And as always, I commend your officers with the Chilean criminals. That is a big, big accomplishment.
Tom, thanks for giving us a platform to recognize these officers and the great work that they're doing. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Pat. And we may be hearing something from the Abington thing. I know they're working up something with Joe Conklin. We'll promote that when that happens in the near future around that. Let's dip into, here is Caroline Levitt at the first press briefing for the Trump administration.
Has been restored. Before I take your questions, I would like to point out to all of you once again have access to the most transparent and accessible president in American history. There has never been a president who communicates with the American people and the American press corps as openly and authentically as the 45th and now 47th president of the United States. This past week, President Trump has held multiple news conferences, gaggled on Air Force One multiple times, and sat down for a two-part interview on Fox News, which aired last week. As Politico summed it up best, Trump is everywhere again. And that's because President Trump has a great story to tell about the legendary American revival that is well underway. And in keeping with this revolutionary media approach that President Trump deployed during the campaign, the Trump White House will speak to all media outlets and personalities, not just the legacy media who are seated in this room. Because according to recent polling from Gallup, Americans' trust in mass media has fallen to a record low. Millions of Americans, especially young people, have turned from traditional television outlets and newspapers to consume their news from podcasts, blogs, social media, and other independent outlets. It's essential to our team that we share President Trump's message everywhere and adapt this White House to the new media landscape in 2025. To do this, I am excited to announce the following changes will be made to this historic James S. Brady briefing room, where Mr. Brady's legacy will endure. This White House believes strongly in the First Amendment, so it's why our team will work diligently to restore the press passes of the 440 journalists whose passes were wrongly revoked by the previous administration. We're also opening up this briefing room to new media voices who produce news-related content and whose outlet is not already represented by one of the seats in this room. We welcome independent journalists, podcasters, social media influencers, and content creators to apply for credentials to cover this White House. And you can apply now on our new website, whitehouse.gov/new media. Starting today, this seat in the front of the room, which is usually occupied by the press secretary's staff, will be called the new media seat. My team will review the applications and give credentials to new media applicants who meet our criteria and pass United States Secret Service requirements to enter the White House complex. So in light of these announcements, our first questions for today's briefing will go to these new media members whose outlets, despite being some of the most viewed news websites in the country, have not been given seats in this room. And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office from President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research, and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news. And with that, I will turn it over to questions. And we will begin with our new media members, Mike Allen from Axios, Matt Boyle from Breitbart. Mike, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you very much. Caroline, does the president...
All right, Dan, thank you. Good call on that. Again, let's get that application in there. I know where to send it now. What about talk radio, Caroline? Come on. Breitbart and all that stuff. It's not talk radio. Come on. All right, Dan, what do you make of this? I would like to hear a little bit more on this. 855-839-1210. This idea of the drones are FAA research and hobbyists. So why are they still doing this, though? You know, is this going to continue? Isn't that the question coming out of that? Is that sufficient? 855-839-1210. Dan, you heard what I did. You hear anything else?
Still trying to listen to see if there's anything else here, but no, I mean, it's sufficient. It's all that the Biden administration had to do because what's led to this conspiracy-type situation we've seen is there's just been no answers. They've refused to even address it. So the fact that he comes out and says, look, this is us testing our own equipment. It started as us testing our own equipment, and it turned into hobbyists getting up in the sky, and it spiraled out of control. Look, it's something. It's better than nothing.
Well, I'm in agreement with that. But, you know, I thought there were no-fly zones, and I thought I still don't think they ought to be doing this, is what I'm saying. I think this is bothering people.
Well, from reading between the lines, what I think is that they haven't been doing it for a while now, and now it's just the hobbyists that were there for a while. And, I mean, you go on Reddit now, on NJ Drone subreddit, the Facebook subreddit. I hate to say, but sightings have drastically gone down. I don't know if it's because people's eyes aren't trained to the skies like they were for the month or so.
Well, I challenge that because Enigma, Henry and I have been going back and forth trying to get them, Dan. They're reporting more sightings. Schumer and others,
really?
Same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's out of control. Now, you're right. This is better, though. Is that sufficient to you? I heard that from Caroline Levitt. This was well played. Her first moment, she breaks news that these were FAA research. I'm not clear if that's stopped now, FAA research, and then hobbyists kind of jumping in there. 855-839-1210. Henry, do you have something on that?
I don't buy that hobbyist line, not for a second.
At this moment,
these
you mean,
are,
right?
No, these are like industrial-grade drones. They're not little propellers that you fly around. I don't buy that for a second.
So my point would be, should the FAA knock it off then? Did
the
we
FAA,
really
that's a good answer, but if you throw in and hobbyists, you lose me.
Right, okay. But why are they still doing it? How much more research do we need here? Or does that satisfy you? Dan, you seem satisfied.
Not that I'm satisfied. I'm just it's what we've been asking for Trump is to at least address it in some way or another.
I'm in agreement. Are you satisfied with the
that,
answer though, or do you want more done? I do want more done.
I don't know because it's kind of what I've settled on as the answer as time has gone on, and to finally have that said by the president, it's almost like, look, if we're doing this for national security purposes, and that's why there's been such a hush hush from the Biden administration and. It benefits America, and the America first kind of angle here is to, maybe not reveal to our enemies what we're testing exactly, then I think it's a sufficient enough answer. I don't need to know what's being tested up there. I just need to know that it is indeed ours. It's not the Chinese, which I thought it might have been, or it's not Iran, it's not aliens.
Okay.
It's us.
Who's our guy to call instantly? I know this will be pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You know who I'm thinking of, right?
The mayor?
No. Oh, yeah. The mayor. Well, really, Jeff Van Drew.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear what Van Drew says about it. Okay?
Yeah, I'll see if I can get him on.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right, 855-839-1210. But I want to hear from you. We're talk radio. We're the new media. Is that sufficient? You heard what she said now from the president. Is that all we need to know? I'm a little unclear. Are they still? I would be asking more questions if I'm in that seat about, are they still going to be going forward doing this? How do we know the hobbyists versus the others? It seems to be we have reports of a lot more. Again, they have no fly zones. 855-839-1210. So Trump answering it finally is a good thing. And I get it. saving it for the first news conference. Okay. First words that she spoke, breaking news. This is going to be a much different news conference type of thing. And again, this new media thing is very intriguing to me. All right, coming to your calls here. Hey, looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use that code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements with that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best one yet with Rescue.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So, Caroline Levitt, this is going to be an explosive, much different than KGP. Actually, a competent individual, albeit the youngest ever at 27. Breaking the news, the drones were related to FAA research / then hobbyists got into it.
And since then, first question was from an alternative news source that's now being let in to ask types of questions. I think it was Axios.
Axios, okay.
Talking about the First Amendment. So Caroline once again clarified how one can go into the press room if they like, if they're an alternative news source. The second question, Dom, came to federal funding and asking for clarification as to whether the pause on federal funding will affect individuals. And Caroline laid out that those that receive funding from the government, individuals who receive funding, will not be affected. this is just affecting, big programs and such. But that's where the conversation has been directed so far, and I'll bring you anything that is more explosive than that.
All right. So I'm just unclear on whether this is stopped with the FAA. A lot of our listeners in Jersey, does that satisfy you? It satisfies them telling us what it is versus the enemy, China, and all that stuff. But is it ongoing? Are they okay with that? Is there any regulation on that? And it doesn't, hobbyists having access to what we're still hearing about is a bit outlandish. The idea of the FAA doing this, though, for some kind of research reason, okay. I don't think we need, if that's some super FAA, would they be doing something that's highly secretive? I'm not sure about that. So what kind of research would they be doing? If it's on that level, okay, we have to live with it. But we've talked about this. Schumer was the one demanding answers again within the last day or so, given more and more sightings. 855-839-1210. I see it on Twitter. I haven't seen it in other spots yet. This is big breaking news, though, and this is much different. And again, it's going to be interesting to see the new media types, these podcaster guys, damn, when they get in there, can you imagine they don't like the previous question?
It's a 3-hour news conference now when they sit down and have conversations about life.
The time that I went to the Oval Office, they made us enter through the press room. And that's why I told you. And here's what I saw there, not making it up. Sebastian Gorka, who was doing a talk radio show then, but he's a former presidential advisor. He's back to that. He was screaming. They were cursing unbelievably the stuff they were saying with Jim Acosta, who was there. I thought there was a brawl ready to break out. I couldn't quite see it when I first came in the door, and you could just hear the yelling here. So it's not this grandiose room. And you heard her say, we're restoring 440 people licenses who were kicked out by Biden. And you can guesstimate from there why they might have been kicked out. There are some people in these news conferences who ask questions that nobody's interested in when you only have a little bit of a time to talk to the person. So, but new voices, new media, that's the takeaway. And the drone story, that's exactly the right thing to do, to be announcing this today. Got anything else on it?
She's addressing immigration now, if you wanted that.
Okay, let's hear a little bit more.
Yeah, she's asked about the president of Colombia.
Okay.
Here you go.
Yeah.
And the priorities of the American people.
Yes. Welcome. You look great. You're doing a great job. You talked about transparency, and some of us in this room know how just transparent President Trump has been the last 5 or 6 years. I think you'll do the same. My question is, do you think this latest incident with the president of Colombia is indicative of the global, powerful respect they have for President Trump moving forward, not only to engage in economic diplomacy with these countries, but also world peace?
Absolutely. I'll echo the answer that the president gave on Air Force One last night when he was asked a very similar question by one of your colleagues in the media. This signifies peace through strength is back. And this president will not tolerate illegal immigration into America's interior. And he expects every nation on this planet, again, to cooperate with the repatriation of their citizens who illegally entered into our country and broke America's laws. Won't be tolerated. And as you saw, the Colombian government quickly folded and agreed to all of President Trump's demands. Flights are underway once again.
All right, there we go. All right, coming up, I've been telling you that the Trump people are drilling down to levels. We told you about the whistleblower doctor, the gender-affirming care. His Justice Department dropped the suit against that guy. Big case. We're trying to get him on. But they're also drilling down on stuff like higher education. You know, these universities have to be accredited, right? Why don't we have more conservatives or more low-cost college? Well, could it be the people that do the accrediting are political actors, ideologues? We got a great guest who exposed this And the Trump people apparently are now, you heard about the federal grants, they're going after the people that accredit colleges. Think about that as an angle of attack. It's revolutionary. That's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Drive off in your dream car with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer low rates and flexible terms to ensure you're getting the vehicle you truly want. Lock in with low monthly payments and terms up to 84 months. Or if your lease is nearing its end, consider a lease buyout to stick with your reliable vehicle. To learn more, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran-owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Momentarily, we're going to go to a special guest. Headline, The Politics of Higher Education Accreditation. The people that accredit universities, do they just go by something based on academics? Or is it, as I've said over the years, I was looking at the cost part of this. Joining us, I happen to see this article because it's an example of the Trump administration now drilling down to stuff that's gone on forever. Scott Yanner. Scott Yanner is a professor of political science at Boise State University, an honored visiting graduate faculty at Ashland University, and a Washington fellow at the Claremont. I know the Yanner, okay. Claremont Institute Center for the American Way of Life. Let's bring in Scott here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Great article.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, great article that seems to be in the weeds, but the weeds are where we get what passes as a college education.
Yeah, I mean, the accreditation process allows student loans to flow to any institution of higher education that is accredited. So the details on how one becomes accredited end up being very important to institutions of higher ed. So universities have to do what the accreditors say in order to be accredited.
So you ask a question a few paragraphs in, can Trump fire accreditors?
Yeah, well, Trump has promised to fire accreditors, and the details or the weeds that you were talking about involve how the United States Department of Education accredits the accreditors, how it chooses to say that certain private institutions can wield the public power of determining what institutions of higher ed can be accredited. And if they're not doing the job, the Department of Ed has the power to end the ability of accreditors to accredit universities. And so it's just a matter of demonstrating that they are not doing their job.
Well, you know, the first thing that occurs to me that's ripped right out of the news toward that, I don't care if it's Columbia or anybody else, is what they're doing around anti-Semitism, things of that nature on campus. It's violence at Columbia, as I understand it now, certain courses that deal with Judaism or Israel. there are usually at least an observer, if not a guard there, Scott.
Yeah, so one of the things accreditors need to do is make sure that academic institutions are applying and enforcing their standards to make sure that education programs are of high quality and that they're delivered in a way that the university says that they will deliver them. So if the university has like policies against demonstrations or against violence, and then it is not adhering to them under certain circumstances, like the Hamas protests that went on, I'm being nice by calling them protests, I suppose, on many campuses, then that would be a great reason for accreditors to be visiting schools and making sure that they're applying their own standards. I don't think that's happened yet, but I'm sure that something like that is going to be happening under the Trump administration.
Yeah, and this really is, the frontal attack, the other stuff that we've seen, Scott, has been ineffective, and it seems to me Republicans then just seem to give up. How about DEI? Does that explicitly apply to what we're dealing with here? Because that's a mandate now, not to be engaging in DEI or just changing the alphabet, but doing the same thing.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting thing. One of the accreditors out here in the western states recently floated the idea that the accreditor would drop its DEI requirements. And so the accreditors are foisting this stuff on universities, making universities do it. And it said, well, maybe we're going to stop doing this. The universities themselves complained and said, we don't want to adhere to any Trump mandate before he actually issues the mandate. So the accreditor kept it in. It kept it in. So now that the mandate is out there, the accreditors, if they do not get rid of the DEI requirements, should lose their ability to accredit universities. Put them out of business.
How is one chosen? You say they're chosen by the Department of Education. But then again, I would assume to be an accreditor, Scott, somebody with your credentials, you could do it, but it seemed to be an insider's game. Who even knows?
It is an insider.
Yeah.
It's an insider's game because you can only accredit if you're accrediting.
Yeah.
So having a new accreditor is very difficult to get in because you're not accrediting currently. So there's like a circle that's impossible to crack. And that's something that, but that's part of the regulations. You can change that regulation at the Department of Ed level in order to allow for different kinds of accreditors and not require accrediting experience at the front.
Scott, you don't address it in this because this was enough here. I mean, you really drilled down on some great points that are just kind of formulating. They're going back and forth on. I've read over the years about the people that can accredit a new college, not just on ideology, but on cost. And the requirements they seem to come up with sometimes to me seem to be pretty artificial. In other words, we're trying to cut down the cost on college, and it's a game like a cartel where the others want to keep these new colleges out because they can continue to run up the prices.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a monopolistic practice or effect that universities and colleges in the country have. They seem to have such power over the future of students. In order to have a future, most people think they have to go to and through colleges. And then the accreditors kind of reinforce that because it's very difficult and costly as a new college to go through an accreditation process. I'm actually part of a new college that's being built in Wyoming. I'm on the Board of Regents of it. It's called Luther Classical College. And in order to kind of launch, we have to be concerned with accreditation right up front, which means that even though we're only going to have like 60 students in the first year, we have to have something like 6 administrators because all the administrators have to be like hired with an aim to getting accreditation from some of the current accreditors. So yeah, the accreditation process acts as a disincentive to innovation in higher ed. No doubt about it.
And Scott, with the college that you're involved, the one I'm talking about, the ones I was working with and talking to, I think we're past the days of a library has to have 15,000 books or something. Yeah. But that was one of the requirements. And you can see how then somebody launching like you are, a new college, how fraught with difficulty this is just on the basis of cost. And it seems to me, I want to have you back to talk about your college once you get that launch. And talk radio over the years, there was Dom Giordano University, fictitious, theater of the mind, but we played with it a lot about the various deans and what they would be involved in. And these are exciting things, this accreditation, to break through this monopolistic, both ideologically and also cost.
Yeah, I mean, I myself was a graduate of the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies. So I don't know about you.
Well, that's who, when Rush partied, nobody takes his place, but they tagged me in here in Philadelphia. So I know exactly what you mean. That was quite a theater of the mind. So, Scott, this Politics of Higher Education accreditation, this at the James G. Martin Center for Academic Renewals, where I found it. Where do we find you on Twitter or someplace in social media?
Yeah, my Twitter handle is @Scott Yenor, Yenor. And I also post all the things that I write on my LinkedIn account. Happy to connect with people. And I write tons on higher education. And right now I'm drilling down a lot on things like accreditation and program review, new areas of conservative reform, I think.
Well, absolutely. Scott, please, you have Dan, you have the info, and Henry. Keep us in your loop, particularly with your college. We do a podcast, too, that's exclusively on education, parenting, and the like. It's going to really take off, and I'd certainly like to call on you again.
All right. Well, thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you, Scott. Scott Yenor here on Talk Radio 1210. And Trump propelled again. I wanted you to know this is how far down this is being drilled, to the level of accrediting college. This is genius, where we're headed here versus the frontal assault on what they've engaged in. I know you can say, well, everybody doesn't. We know everybody has to go to college, but a lot of people do or think they do, and it's going to be there for a while. Can you imagine if you put the right people in accrediting colleges from the Department of Education versus the people currently doing that? What a difference it might make. All right, so a lot breaking. You heard the drone story. 855-839-1210.
A little testy over at the press.
Give us a little bit. Do you have anything?
Yeah, you want some?
Yeah, here we go.
But in many of the cases, it would seem that some of these moves could raise prices for real Americans on everything from low-income heating, that program, child care programs. Will nothing that the president's doing here in terms of the freeze in these programs raise prices on ordinary Americans?
What particular actions are you referring to that
I'm
would...
referring to LHEAP right now. That's the low-income heating program, for example. We can talk about, there's no clarity, so I could refer to a lot of them. We don't know what they are specifically. Can you tell us that LHEAP is not one of those affected?
So you're asking a hypothetical based on programs that you can't even identify.
Identified.
What I can tell you
just to be clear, since you guys haven't identified, let's do it together just for Americans at home. Medicaid, is that affected?
I gave you a list of examples: Social Security, Medicare, welfare benefits, food stamps that will not be impacted by this federal pause. I can get you the full list after this briefing from the Office of Management and Budget. But I do want to address the cost cutting because that's certainly very important.
Okay, so what we're seeing here with all that's going on, I mean, the drone thing, you morons, don't we want more on the drones? No, right away, the federal government, the monies, the welfare state, the freezing and all, that's where this whole thing is going. How about on the immigration issues?
I got some on that.
Okay.
Carolina on immigration. Of the 3,500 arrests ICE has made so far since President Trump came back into office, can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws, and therefore they are criminals as far as this administration goes. I know the last administration didn't see it that way, so it's a big culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly what they are.
You may have going with the worst first. They all have a criminal record?
And welcome to the briefing. If they broke our nation's laws, yes, they are criminal. Yes.
Thank you. On stripping security details.
I love the cockiness of that answer, and it's good cockiness. The only thing I would say is that I would like to hear a little bit more, though, out of that 3,500. have other crimes in the other country are here or are scheduled for deportation. She probably has that number, but she felt better just saying, you know what, you're a criminal. Well, it's a criminal act. There's no doubt about it. Wow. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. We're trying to get Jeff Van Drew in on this drone thing. You heard the guy with the accrediting of colleges. The reason we're talking about that is this is how far the Trump administration is drilling down. And you're going to hear more stuff like this. And this press conference today is remarkably different. And she is on top of her game versus, Jen Psaki. I don't like her ideology, but then the knockoff for the Biden years was even worse than anything we could imagine. 855-839-1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and hand-make 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy.
All right, all good, but it's still continuing. The mayor of Belleville, New Jersey, has been our guest twice before. Mayor Michael Mellon joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Mr. Mayor, welcome back. What do you make of that from Caroline Leavitt and the president?
I mean, listen, I'm just digesting it like everybody else. I mean, it's disappointing. I mean, waiting this long, we were waiting for the first day or second day in office, and now it comes, 8 days after President Trump takes office. He told us the first time he spoke that the president knew, that our government knew, and he didn't know why people weren't telling us, why it takes 8 days to basically give us what I'm going to call as a cover story to the cover story at this point. I mean, come on, research and various other reasons. I mean, first of all, she said the drones that were flying. Last night, I saw a swarm of drones here in Belleville. So they were flying. They are still flying. I don't believe the research, and I'm definitely curious about what the other various reasons are.
Yeah, you are a big fan. You belong in talk radio, Mayor. It's a compliment. Of the obfuscation that comes in the second part of it versus the first, and other various reasons. So I'm not sure if they're going to say something else. You are the mind, I can tell, that probably your constituents are not going to say, well, we know it's not the enemy, so why care about it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this has been going on for a while here in New Jersey, and sadly, people really are starting to lose interest. And part of me thinks that that's what they've been banking on. I mean, there was a big uproar, a month ago. It kind of got brought to a head a couple weeks back. It has since subsided. The drones haven't subsided. It's just people are unfortunately becoming comfortable with not getting answers. And now you get an answer like this spoon-fed to us that it is so this is the same FAA that banned drones a couple of weeks ago. And when they were banning drones, didn't tell us what was going on. So, I mean, am I really supposed to be believing the FAA at this point? Because I stood in a security briefing with 500 other mayors. By the way, our governor did not attend that briefing. And we were told point blank that the FAA will not let us ban them. The FAA won't ban them. We were told that our government will not shoot them down, which is why I drew the conclusion at that time, and I've been saying it all over social media, talk radio, everywhere else, that these from the beginning were our assets. And I've been saying and been consistently saying it's not about who they are, but what they're doing. We still today don't know what they're doing. We now believe we know who the who is. It's us, okay? We still don't know what they're doing.
Let me be the devil's advocate, Mayor, though, and say, though, do they have to say this is something we'll use against our enemies or something like that? Isn't it smarter, I guess they would say, to say, we're not even going to say that. We're telling you there's nothing to worry about. We're doing this, you got to believe, right, to protect American citizens.
Yeah, well, forgive me if I don't believe the government. They tell me they're doing something in my best interest. Guess what? We have
Wait a minute, Mayor. You're in the government.
I'm in the local government, my friend. I am more accountable to the people than anybody at a federal level. Trust me.
I hear you.
Listen, there's a reason why we have a desert. There's a reason why we have miles and miles and acres out in the Midwest. There's a reason why we have Area 51. This is where this stuff gets researched. This is where this stuff gets tested. What are they doing up there? Are they looking for something? Are they sniffing for something? Why do they need to be in northern New Jersey, dead smack in the middle of Newark International Airspace, JFK Airspace, LaGuardia Airspace, Teterboro Airspace? Surely, if they have to do some research or some testing, they could be doing that over the desert. There's plenty of other states in the Midwest that you would never even know this stuff is going on. Why are they over northern New Jersey, and what are they doing there? Research? What's the research? Are they mapping? If they're mapping, tell me you're mapping. But to me, to watch these things fly over my home, last night was clear out. I was on Twitter last night sharing the fact that there were just drones all over the place. I mean, they're all over the place.
And I take your point. You use the word every time you've been on the sniffing part of it, something radioactive or God knows what. I would agree with you. That would be where my mind goes with this. Mayor, thank you again, and we'll continue to talk about this. And if we learn anything more, we'll certainly contact you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me again.
You're welcome. All right. When you're in government, you don't trust government. I get it.
That's a great line.
Yeah, that promo material there, Henry, I think that was promo. Yeah, that was.
Absolutely. That's me on social media. That's me everywhere.
Fair, but you're in government. I'm not. I don't trust him either. Dan, you're in the camp. Henry's the extreme.
Like now, I've had time to kind of digest it. Because it's some kind of answer, which is something I've been asking for. but it leads to more questions.
Yeah,
and that's where there's an issue. Is like he mentioned the sniffing. The way that she worded it, it can be left up to
and other reasons.
Yeah, us.
Yes.
Now the debate becomes with the and other reasons, and like he said, why over Jersey, and is this if it's testing, why aren't we doing it over New Mexico or Arizona? And
I'll tell you what I like about this: the tension with listeners, maybe with us. On the one hand, we're not believing the government almost anything anymore. Deep state, all that stuff, right? On the other hand, you have people saying, well, Trump just reassured us it's not the enemy. So just going on. There's a tension here, and tension's good for talk radio, I think.
It's so short, and I think it's so newsworthy that it's important to play it one more time. Here's what Levitt had to say.
Yeah, here's what Levitt,
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office. From President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy.
All right, that's where we are. We're going to continue now with one of the real insiders who I think will be with RFK Jr. tomorrow, one of his chief advisors telling us what we'll see tomorrow in the confirmation hearing. This is one of his lifelong people that's worked with him. We'll get to them, Dom's Money Melody, and all your calls, and hit us on the drones, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works. Up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. The big story tomorrow, the biggest of these nominations, the most contentious, I believe, will be RFK Jr., based upon all the stuff we've talked about today. You can see how it's building up. And we are honored to have someone who has been top advisor to RFK Jr. since 2016, James Lyons Weiler. Mr. Weiler, or Dr. Weiler, I guess it is CEO and director of the Institute for Pure and Applied Knowledge. He is editor-in-chief of Science, Public Health Policy, and the Law, a peer-reviewed journal. And as I said, I'm told by my friend in the Kennedy camp that he's the go-to guy for RFK Jr. on matters of science. We'll find out if he's going to be sitting here tomorrow, because that's the seat I'd like to be, anywhere near that confirmation. Dr. James, welcome to the show. Are you going to be there tomorrow, whispering in the ear or anything like that?
Hey, Dom, thank you very much. No, I'm putting out wildfires in a couple of different states, holding down the fort in Pennsylvania and in Michigan. So I'm unavailable to be there, but I certainly hope for the best.
Okay, well, it is going to be contentious. What do you make, given your position, knowing him over the years? This is the most, in some ways, I think, consequential area, given what what he's already gotten into and some of the things we've already seen that are developing. The New York Post, of all people today, their editorial board says senators vote no to RFK Jr., quote, who's still a radical left lunatic, hazardous to your health.
Well, if you check their major source of revenue is pharmaceutical advertising, just like all major media outlets, mainstream media outlets have a bit of a conflict of interest in publishing that political position. Bobby has done nothing since I've known him, except for fight for bodily autonomy, personal rights to choose, specifically with respect to health issues. Look out for the safety of children, women, pregnant women, men, adults, the elderly, over environmental toxins and their exposure through food, water, and medicine. Why in the world would anybody be against that? It really bends the mind to think that someone would not want someone who, in that position, who's willing to transform HHS into looking after human health and well-being. It's very strange.
Can you make it? I'm not sure this would be your purview, but you're a top advisor to him. I like a lot of the things he says, particularly in the food zone, for any number of reasons. These seem very doable. But the idea of not having pharmaceuticals advertised on TV, I'm on the other side of that. I do see it as a free speech, a choice issue. There are things you can do to put more truth into that, if that's the issue. Dr. Weiler, how do you come down on that?
Well, I mean, there's only one other country that allows direct-to-consumer marketing of pharmaceutical products to their public, and that's New Zealand. The rest of the world really understands that messaging about drugs, about medical issues, is really probably best done in the doctor's office. It's not appropriate. I'm against direct-to-consumer marketing. It's not appropriate to see products that are online that are paid for, the ads are paid for by mega billion-dollar corporations who will cut the funding of the news outlets if they run a story that goes against their interest. And so, if you take a good, hard look at what that means, they say to you, here's this drug, here, if you go and talk to your doctor about this and see if it's all right. Patients then go to their doctor and they say, oh, there's a groundswell of support for this. But what about drugs that are not as profitable, but they're more effective, but the companies can't afford that kind of airtime? If the bottom line intervenes at every turn in medicine, and it truly does, it's overwhelming the number of filters of finding out who makes what money in between a patient's decision to take a drug or not, to take a vaccine or not. At every turn, it's money, 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 money. And if you're interested in the bottom line for pharmaceutical companies, you want to see their stock go up, that's one interest. But if you're interested in ending the chronic disease campaign, the chronic disease epidemic in the United States and around the world, we might want to get to some of the root causes. You know, that a lot of the public doesn't know this, but there's a categorization of disease. There's a category of disease called iatrogenic illness. It's disease that's caused by medicine. And most people will understand, yeah, one medicine will make you sick, and then go back to the doctor, they'll give you another drug to make you better for the side effects. This is how we get compound polypharmacy on our elderly. The older you are, the more drugs you're on. I'm not taking any pharmaceutical drugs right now.
Well, let me intervene and say I'm not either. But does it feel, now you guys have been up against this, and I realize it's like a cop, sees crime all day. You've seen it as a scientist. He's seen it scientifically, et cetera, a big pharma. Is there anything you could say, though, of the efficacy of what big pharma has done to make life better? Or do you think it's so sullied now that maybe it's just outweighed by what you see on a daily basis?
I think most of the medicines that America take today are biased in favor of profitability. It's hard to tell specifically whether what we know about any drug that's on the market from pharmaceutical companies, or small or large, actually, bears the fruit that they're said to bear. So to answer your specific question, I used to have asthma-induced allergy. It was horrible. When I had asthma, I couldn't breathe. And there was a steroid on the market called Beckinase AQ, and it worked like a charm. And it was so effective, they took it off the market, right? I don't know why it's gone. I didn't have any adverse side effects. It seemed to work for me. I only used it during the allergy season. But it wasn't until I put myself through aluminum detox that my asthma went away and my allergies went away. The aluminum in my body came from a Tdap vaccine I took when I was 16 years old, and that set me up with a vaccine adjuvant, which activates the immune system. And I went to my grandfather's farm, and I baled hay, and I ended up with with severe hay fever and a mold allergy to boot. To this day, I haven't beat the mold allergy. If I walk into a room with mold, I can detect it. It's not a smell. It's a reaction. Okay. My body's reacting to it. So, yeah, there are drugs that are effective. The problem is, how do we tell the difference between the drugs that are super effective and the ones that are just maybe not so effective, or maybe they have side effects, but the pharmaceutical companies control the narrative? That's the problem.
Do you anticipate Ozempic, which I don't think the federal government ought to be supporting this, to come up tomorrow as something they may hang their hat on? There's a story out there today of a celebrity, a young woman who did it to be thinner and now claims massive bone loss.
Well, yeah, that's one of the side effects. So there may be a clinical use for health for certain populations for these drugs, but they're not the magic bullet for weight loss as it seems. A lot of what we learn about drugs and vaccines in particular come after we see 100,000 million patients use it, and then they start experiencing adverse events that were maybe too rare to find, and that's given. That you're never going to see a 10 million person clinical trial. That's part of the process of learning. But the blockbusterness. Here's I want the listener and you to think about this. Viagra was the worst thing that ever happened to the pharmaceutical company, to the pharmaceutical industry. Why is that? It's a blockbuster drug. And after Viagra, everybody looked for blockbuster drugs. Look at what happens. They profit from the sale of the drug. They profit from the stock going up. Stocks go crazy and so on. Instead of competing on efficacy and safety, they compete on marketability and profit. What do we do about that as a society? This is a discussion that we have to have. And enough people have enough chronic illness that we reached a critical mass where across the board, they said, we want Bobby working with Trump. I think that's why Trump won the election.
Well, I think it brought people into the tent. And if he is confirmed, I believe suburban moms who can go one way or another, you're exactly right, are going to come into the tent. the vaccine part of this, where would you come down tomorrow if they talk about the COVID vaccine? I see the efficacy. I think people should have had choice on this. I know some of the damage, particularly with males, myocarditis and things of that nature. But was it helpful in getting us out of that crisis?
I really think the discussion should be, why did pharmaceutical companies like Moderna and Pfizer and the FDA work so hard to hide the evidence of the adverse event through the clinical process, right? And the adverse events themselves are enough to raise an eyebrow to say, how is it that the FDA put out a warning that there is myocarditis risk 1 month after the review process by the CDC said that there was no risk of myocarditis? There's a serious problem with how these regulatory agencies work. CDC has a foundation called CDC Foundation, pharmaceutical companies. It's a not-for-profit run by our government. CDC receives money back through the back door through this organization, CDC Foundation, by donations from pharma. So does NIH. People that work at the NIH, and including NIAID, infectious disease, they're allowed to profit personally to the tune of $150,000 a year if they've worked on a project with pharma. This is absolutely biasing. And we have to have this discussion where we say, hey, listen, there's water under the bridge for COVID. Sure, there could have been better diagnosis. There could have been more accurate reporting and cases. But when it comes to the efficacy, how is it that when I took Pfizer's data, and they said 95% efficacious, but I analyzed it with my data analysis skill set, and I included everybody who had COVID or was hospitalized or died in the analysis all the way from day one of the first exposure to the vaccine, I get 75% efficacy, but Pfizer published 95 because they excluded everyone until 2 weeks after the second dose. And so there are systematic ways that CDC and these other organizations and corporations have learned to bias the public viewpoint on vaccines. We have to have the discussion. Bobby's community welcomes tomorrow's discussion. We're looking forward to it. Many people have been working on this for a long time. They've been waiting for it. They may have vaccinated children. I do not. I'm simply interested in understanding things. I'm a scientist. I want to know, but I also want to reduce human pain and suffering through knowledge. That's what I've dedicated my life to.
Well, Doctor, I certainly would invite you back after we see this play out tomorrow. I agree. I don't know if I won't bring you into this. The senators are up to the task, though, to engage in what could be a moment that the American public clearly wants to drill down on these things. This should be a week-long kind of thing. One day on food, one day on vaccines, one day on the argument over the pharmaceutical industry and some of the things that you brought up today. I just hope they're up to it, because you're right. There are things that the American public is onto here, and they want better answers.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we ought to have 4 years of Bobby at least doing this, and we can have those discussions, right? And so when we're looking at this, the senators are very smart. They know their stuff, but many of them have to answer to the people that put them into office, as politicians do. The nice thing about Bobby is he's a very, very clear communicator, and he knows his stuff. He constantly surprises me with what a steel trap of a mind this man has. He is that's why he's such a good lawyer, too. He has such an exceptional mind, and he has such compassion, and he's in it for the moms, he's in it for the children, he's in it for the people. And so that's why I support him. I'd support him in anything that he would try to do, because I know that it would be something in the right direction. And, if you haven't called your senators, please call your senators and urge them to support Bobby Kennedy for HHS director. It's a simple phone call. It takes 2 seconds. We need that support. We need a uniform cry of hope in the United States of America for a healthier future. Let's put an end to the chronic illness epidemic and find the medicines that actually are safe and effective. Find vaccines that can be made safer and effective. Find ways of doing regulatory science that don't involve conflicts of interest. All of that's gone when Bobby goes in. It's going to be shut down. There's going to be radical, revolutionary reform. It's not going to be painless. It's going to hurt. But at the other end of it, after 4 years, it'll be a tried and true process, and maybe we can have some faith in the CDC again.
Dr. James, thank you very, very much. I'd like to call on you again. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, Bill. Thank you.
Dr. James Lyons Weiler here. And again, we have some other people inside the Kennedy camp that I think are moderate Democrats. It's still my vote for him. All right, we'll see how this plays out tomorrow based upon what he said. I still think you ought to be able to advertise on TV. I heard the arguments. Dan taking notes in there copiously with a scientist behind him now. And he started to open up, Dan, and become more and more conversational about supporting Kennedy. I like that a lot. All right, let me take a couple here, then we'll have Dom's Money Melody. Let's go to Steve in Bordentown. All right, Steve, who is your all-time pitch person?
Ricardo Montalban.
All right, why Ricardo Montalban?
Well, come on, with the Cordoba and the fine Corinthian leather.
Fake.
It was hilarious. Then after that, he was on the, not the Epstein, Fantasy Island.
Fantasy Island, yes.
Had that show with him.
Great hair, too. I always look at the hair.
To drive it is to experience the pleasure of a truly roadworthy automobile in the Chrysler tradition of luxury. Yes, even rich Corinthian leather.
The Corinthian leather.
Fake.
Yes.
Fake. Not a real thing.
All right. And I want to get one female aboard, then Dom's Money Melody. Let's go to Amanda in King of Prussia. Amanda, who do you have today?
Hi, Dom. I have Suzanne Summers for the Thigh Master.
You really believe the Thigh Master worked?
No. I don't know. But I don't know why, but she was the first person that popped into my head.
No, that she's an all-time one of the top 5
secret
females.
to shapely thighs is exercising these muscles with just the right resistance. This balanced resistance coil is designed to give you results quickly and comfortably. Want to tone your upper chest and arms? Thigh Master will give you excellent results. Thigh Master. We may not have been born with great legs, but now we can look like we were.
What a tagline.
I have great legs, though. Just remember,
there you go. I didn't use the Thigh Master. I'm not endorsing the Thigh Master. Well, who knows? All right. Thank you, Amanda. All right. Great stuff from that. Now, that's real inner stuff. This is what we try to do. You have the guy that I'm told for the last umpteen years has been a science advisor to RFK Jr. So we'll invite him on probably Thursday or so, maybe even tomorrow, if it gets hot and heavy here, and get his insight on what's being said. I don't think these senators are up to this. You hear some of these guys. Are they going to be able to debate some of the stuff this guy just talked? I don't hear it. Even if they're prepped. It's a debate America wants to have, though. And there are people, we played that already, that have been paid a lot of money by Big Pharma. 855-839-1210. And now it is time, finally, for
Money Melody.
All right, we are playing today for a pair of tickets to see the Dirk Quinn Band Scabby Toad, a unique musical adventure with a reimagining of the Beatles' Abbey Road at the Zlock Performing Arts Center. Great spot on the campus of Bucks County Community College on January 31st. All right, Dan, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, back in the early 2000s, or maybe earlier than that, we don't know. I don't want to give too much away. There was a ad campaign ran by a starlet, a diva, for a very famous soda company. And we want to know, Dom, whose voice this is that you hear in an ad that was ran on the radio television for a little while. Who is it singing today? Who is the pitch person? Take a listen.
The lively crowd today agrees. Those who think young say Pepsi, please. They picked the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi. Pepsi. For those who think young, the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi. For those who think young.
Has there ever been parody of Pepsi and Coke? I don't remember it. I always thought Coke just decimated them. And I never remember an actual war with the two.
Oh, there was.
Really? Yeah. No, Coke universally, Dan. You go there, they know American, they know Coke.
No, Pepsi was killing it in the 80s. When they had that taste test going back and forth, and then because you had Michael Jackson with the ad campaign, and that would led to a new Coke with a new formula because they were trying to compete with a younger generation, and then they had to go back to the Coke Classic.
But universally around the world, you don't go into a place and say, do you have Coke? If you want Pepsi, you have to say, "Oh, do you have Pepsi?"
Well, I think there are countries that have replaced water drinking with Coke drinking because the water.
So?
Because the water is so unsafe that their safest drink of choice is indeed Coca-Cola. So that's why it's become such an international phenomenon.
I just know about the paying off cars thing, and I think that's more Pepsi. All right, hit us with that, Dan. We're looking for the diva.
Diva pitch person, Dom.
Diva pitch person.
People who think young say Pepsi, please.
The lively crowd today agrees.
Hit us with that, and we'll take your drone calls coming up. We have breaking news on that. You heard the RFK Jr. science advisor. This is going to be heated tomorrow. Great guy. I mean, great stuff you got there. Expect fireworks on this.
Ouch. Minnie says on youtube.com/@12WPHT, I want to see producer Dan use the Thigh Master on his upper body.
Oh, there we go.
Ouch.
All right.
I wish that.
Yeah.
Minnie's usually so polite, so, that just never does anything like that. All right. Maybe, how about the women on the ranch? I wonder if they have thigh masters out there in Oregon. All right.
Be careful what you wish for there.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. We'll get a winner, and you're off to the Zlock. A lot more coming up before the final gong today on Talk Radio 1210.
For those who think young, the right one, the modern light one, now it's Pepsi. For those who think young.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, let's hear the clue, then I'll give you an update on RFK Jr., how nasty it's gotten. I'm talking really, really nasty. Tells me he's on to something. Dan, let's hear the clue.
The lively crowd today agrees. Those who think young say Pepsi, please. They picked the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi. Pepsi. For those who think young, the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi. For those who think young.
Let's go to Kevin in Doylestown. All right, Kevin, who's singing that pitch? Kevin. All right. Let's go to Patty in Westchester. Hi, Patty. Who's singing that?
Britney Spears?
Yes, it is Britney. Doesn't sound like Britney Spears to me. A lot deeper voice. Am I wrong, Dan?
Yeah, a little sultry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People who think young say Pepsi, please.
The lively crowd today agrees. Those who think young.
And yes, Dom, that's part of the Pepsi Generation series of ads that she did in the late 90s into the early 2000s at the height of her fame, where she did different music genres throughout the generations to promote the Pepsi beverage, that being the doo-wop commercial version there.
Ah, very nice. Good choice today. Very good.
Thank you.
All right. You know, when we first saw Caroline Kennedy and John, right? Magic, Camelot, well, at least John, I guess, playing inside the president's desk, all that, right? The tragedy of that. But when we saw Caroline Kennedy after that, I got to say I was shocked when they wanted her to be, was it ambassador to China? It was some ambassador role. Was it Japan? I mean, it wasn't the most amazing thing, but she was so ill-prepared, so unable to articulate. It was a big controversy over it. Come on, she's a Kennedy, she's Caroline Kennedy. You got to plug her into that. Back when the Kennedys were an even bigger thing, right? And it failed. I think there was an interview with the New York Times, somebody, and they broadcast it. It was brutal. She just came out. Now, this is the nastiness, calling her cousin, RFK Jr., a predator, a serial predator. That's what he is, a predator of women. Just came down a little while ago. So this whole deal tomorrow. Now, you heard the scientist. He claims the New York Post went after him because, like most media entities, they have a large pharmaceutical presence. Now, I get it in some of this, but, you know, you can't just scream pharmaceutical presence. New York Post editorial board, are they really going to go after Kennedy just because what? The Murdochs or somebody says, hey, Big Pharma wants you to do it? Okay, it's debatable. But are we going to say any criticism of him tomorrow? Because I have some. Is outside. That's it. He's our guy. It's going to be revolutionary. You have Caroline Kennedy, Dan? Yeah, here's what she said.
Dear Senators, throughout the past year, people have asked for my thoughts about my cousin Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his presidential campaign. I did not comment, not only because I was serving in a government position as United States Ambassador to Australia, but because I have never wanted to speak publicly about my family members and their challenges. We are a close generation of 28 cousins who have been through a lot together. We know how hard it's been, and we are always there for each other. But now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out. Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, the CDC, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill. He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical experience. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed. These facts alone should be disqualifying. But he has personal qualities related to this job, which for me pose even greater concern. I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds of prey as pets, because Bobby himself is a predator. He's always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of his personality, his willingness to take risks, and break the rules. I watch his younger brothers and cousins follow him down the path of drug addiction. His basement, his garage, his dorm room were always the center of the action, where drugs were available, and he enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in a blender to feed to his hawks. It was often a perverse scene of despair and violence. That was a long time ago, and people can change. Through his own strength and the many second chances he was given by people who felt sorry for the boy who lost his father, Bobby was able to pull himself out of illness and disease. I admire the discipline that took and the continuing commitment it requires. But siblings and cousins who Bobby encouraged down the path of substance abuse suffered addiction, illness, and death, while Bobby has gone on to misrepresent, lie, and cheat his way through life. Today, while he may encourage a younger generation to attend AA meetings, Bobby is addicted to attention and power. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own kids while building a following hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs.
Okay.
Even
That's
before
Caroline Kennedy here, so I didn't know she was going to do the drug path. But this is all-out war now on this. That's where we are. And tomorrow, instead of what should be a great debate, as I see the upside, but I have things that I'm critical of. The Kennedys, though, are not going to allow this. They're still tethered to the party, too. You realize that. That was the problem when he ran. We're still the Democrats. You know, we can't countenance you running an independent campaign here. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board.
Can I just point out?
Yes.
The timing of this is political in itself.
Yes.
Because if she's known this the entire
Right.
time, the
Why
guy
did
ran a presidential campaign.
Right. Why not speak out then?
So why not
Yeah.
speak out then? And if she had known that he's some kind of psychopath,
Right.
did she really hold it close in her pocket
Right.
until the most opportune political time to expose him?
I will give you the other side, though. I've been, some of the stuff that this guy's engaged in, I think, is nuts. But is he a vehicle here that is unique to get the American public better health? That's the issue you're going to see play out tomorrow. In other words, given his name, given his long standing in this, you heard the scientist, he does cut through, and if confirmed, and he stays in the right lanes, there will be a gigantic net positive. And I think President Trump is going to put guardrails on this. All right, Dan, such a swirler. I forgot. We have to take a break now, right? I thought I could keep talking. Well, yes. That's right. 855-839-1210. I'm coming to your calls here. Keep us with the pitch person. But I want to get you in on this RFK news. You can tell RFK Jr. news how much this is going to. What a, I'm not even going to deign to say a troubled family. I've seen the Kennedys over all the time I broadcast. It's just a negative on America. Really. And you're seeing this play out a little bit. To Dan's point, the 11th hour, why didn't she say something before? Now he's a predator. This is going to be intense tomorrow, and we'll bring you all the sound and insiders on this. Hey, I have a question for all you empty nesters or soon-to-be empty nesters out there. Are you wondering if this is your year to downsize? Or maybe you want to know the latest trends in the real estate market that will impact how fast your home will sell. Or maybe you want to know how the new administration's policies will affect the value of your home with the decrease in regulations and cutting of taxes. Well, that's a lot to be thinking about, but we have someone who helps with all that. Nobody better than my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors to answer all those questions at our next breakfast event for future home sellers this Saturday morning, February 1st at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Diane unlocks the secrets to Outshine the competition, boost your bottom line, take control of your equity, and sell fast, smarter, and for more. I'll be there Saturday morning around 8:15. I think the breakfast starts at around 8:30. Always a great time to meet all of you and get Diane's advice. Plus, she'll be signing copies of her new book, Model Home Mindset. This is all free, and trust me, it's a lavish, great breakfast. Just RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666. Or you can do it online. Same thing. It's free. Just RSVP now. 215-576-8666.com.
A cold front moves through the Delaware Valley today with a chance for a snow shower up across the Lehigh Valley. Otherwise partly sunny and windy with a high 42. Windy tonight, partly cloudy, low 32 for the city, colder out in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, still windy with a high 46.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. And let's cook up something extraordinary.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, coming to you, Dom Giordano Show. A lot piled up here. Breaking news, the drones, if you're just joining us, we found out from the Trump administration, not the enemy. But is there more to be known there? I'd say yeah. The other is Caroline Kennedy, 11th hour, savage attack here. Let's go to Paul in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul, welcome in.
Well, hello, Don. Yeah, I find Caroline's choice of predator interesting, considering what her uncle was accused of.
Well, all of them. Yeah, Teddy Kennedy, RFK, JFK, all three of them, and the grandfather. Yeah.
All right. For the side question,
Yes.
tie it with Juan Valdez, Mr. Coffee's Joe DiMaggio.
That was an all-timer. Doesn't Joe look good? That's what they used to say about DiMaggio. Yeah. That Mr. Coffee was a thing up until recently, even companies. That's a very good one. Annie in East Norriton, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Ann.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Hey, I wanted to comment on the RFK hearing coming up.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I think that the American public assumes that whatever is sold in the grocery store is good for them. I mean, and that's not a good set of assumptions to begin with. I think the health crisis is a combination of reliance on processed food, lack of nutrition knowledge, and declining cooking skills. So that kind of creates a perfect storm for, I don't know how to cook, I don't know what's nutritious and what's not, and so I'm going to rely on processed food. So I'm completely for what RFK is about, and big pharma and big food are complicit in this because it's in big pharma's interest to have a sick population, and big food is contributing.
Okay, there are elements of all that, but you don't see these criticisms of this guy. It's kind of checkered, wouldn't you say?
Checkered in what way?
Well, just what she just said there, despite, the Kennedys and their baggage, and the fact that, he was talking about polio vaccine a little while back until President Trump stepped in and, put the guardrails back on.
I think that President Trump will provide guardrails, but somebody needs to take this on full on, and he's the only one who stepped up to do it. And I think what you're seeing from Caroline Kennedy and from others and from information you provided earlier in your show on how much money is being given to senators from big pharma, I think it's pretty obvious that they're scared. Big food, big pharma, scared big time.
Well put. Yeah, there is that. There's no doubt. Do I believe that's, as the scientist said, I'm just going to dismiss the New York Post on this? No, I'm not. Come on. I'm not just going to dismiss all of it. The point on these senators, though, yeah, that's why we played it. I agree. They're under a lot of pressure. And maybe even more than big pharma, it's the big food that's a little bit more surreptitious about this, but definitively is an issue here. Let's go to Jenny in Trevose on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Jenny.
Hi, Dom. Yes, I'm calling about the drones. This is absolutely not accurate, what they're saying. I remember you had Jeff Van Drew on last Friday.
Yes.
And he was talking about the guy who was watching them go by every minute or so, basically all day. And that is exactly what I have been seeing since Thanksgiving behind my house. Every minute or so, especially in the evening, one drone after another following the same route.
The argument, I'm sorry, Jenny, the argument, though, from Levitt today would be, well, we told you they're not the enemy, so why be concerned? What do you say?
Well, they're not. They're implying that there's a lot of amateurs, so
Yes.
you would see this. You would see all kinds of variety of things. They are large. They're very large, and they are regular and consistent. There is no little amateur group or guy that's going to be sending drones past my house every minute all night long.
Well, here's what I can assure you. The two people that really pressed the on this, Van Drew, were already all people on to get them on tomorrow. And also Dawn Fantasia, the woman in Sussex County who really blew up at Murphy at that big conference. So I agree with you. We're not letting this go. It's good they were transparent. They announced this. But as the mayor of Melham said, or Mayor Melham, when she said, or for other reasons, that opens up just about everything. We need more on this.
Yes, absolutely.
I agree.
I'm shouting into the abyss.
Yeah, don't do that. Just call us. We're a good abyss. Thank you, Jenny. Well, that's a pretty elevated line there, shouting into the abyss. I have to use that one. All right. No, we're gearing up tomorrow. RFK Jr., the side question, got a great one, and Dom's Money Melody, of course. But we're trying to get Van Drew and maybe Dawn on to see how this sits with them. It doesn't sit that well with me. And to the mayor's point, look, the drama of doing this by President Trump through Levitt, it was a big moment at her first news conference. But did they know about this a little bit earlier on, that this is the FAA? The FAA would be testing, and they have to test here over populated areas. We got to do better on this. There's, the punchline was when the mayor said, well, I don't trust government. You are in government. Come on. It was fun. But much more needs to be done. You can tell the RFK Jr. stuff. Caroline Kennedy, too. Just one comment with the Kennedys. Has she ever spoken out about Teddy Kennedy, about her father, about RFK? They all were. The whole gang of Kennedys are a menace. But on this, when this guy's this close to breaking through, her argument seems to be because he has that background, he is preying on the American public and going to take us down a ruinous path. I don't see that happening. I think it's up to Trump, though, to keep him in a lane here. You know my lane for him. It's the food supply. That's a good lane to be in. He gets into some of this other stuff. You heard the scientist in agreement with them. I'm going to tell you when I differ. Well, you're not a scientist. Well, neither's Kennedy. All right? This is a matter of insight into best information that's out there. So we're just not going to believe him. But these senators tomorrow, these Republicans are under a lot of pressure. Let's see what they do. Democrats might get a couple to vote for him. I think Fetterman's going to vote for him. Phone lines, 855-839-1210. Lightning round next.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, Students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, hit us with that all-time pitch person, male or female. We've had some great ones. It's all in making your case, though. Do it quickly. Let's go to Jimmy in Bryn Mawr. Hey, Jimmy, who's your person? Yo, Jimmy.
You there?
Yeah, Jimmy, who's your person? All right, where's the beef lady? Let's put him down for they made an effort to run to the phone. I just couldn't. The Earl of Tacony. Earl, who's your person today?
My answer is Morris Kessler from Maury's Wigs in Goodfellas. I mean, Jimmy, where's my money? Where's my money, Jimmy?
Yeah, we're jumping into the pool. Do they have Danish over there, Pearl? You love Danish. Oh, that's a pretty good one. That is a great fictional one. Yeah, that guy's a great actor. Robert in Ben Salem. Robert, what do you have today?
That was a good answer by the Earl. I'll get right to it. I'm going to go with Dr. Rick. He is a life coach who helps people dealing with parentomorphosis, or the act of turning into one's parents on the Progressive commercials. And he's played by a guy named Bill Glass, but every commercial has been a home run so far. And I won't take any more time. Great show. Great day, you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, look, that guy's got the shtick, but it's all in the delivery of coming up with these situations.
Yeah.
You can hit me on Twitter. Which one is the favorite? I'm cataloging the top 10. It's the guy with the glasses that walks around. And then there's a guy that's always counting stuff. That's in that.
Yeah, typical like dad things you'd say.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, when he takes that one item the woman has, no doing this, no doing that, he just dumps it in a trash can in front of her. Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My all-time promoter is the singer, entertainer, Dinah Shore, who would end her program with a song promoting a product, which went like this. See the USA in your Chevrolet. America is asking you to call.
Oh, man, 3 of the heavy hitters right in a row. But you know what? This is a little bit older, but this is classic. I think everybody's seen it. Dave in Oakland. Dave, what's yours?
Oh, Ralph Cramden in The Honeymooners, Chef of the Future episode.
Yes, when he says, core a apple.
Ralph gets stage fright. Voted number 7 on TV Guide's Top 100 episodes.
Oh, it is. And Art Carney, unbelievable. Let's go to Gary in Newtown. Gary, who's yours?
In light of RFK tomorrow, and it's going to be RFK's hero. This guy hosted the longest nationally syndicated fitness television program from 1951 to 85. He founded the Modern Gym, ultimately leasing out the Bally's. He died at 96 years old. He's known as the Godfather of fitness. It's Francis Henri Lalane, Jack Lalane.
Jack LaLanne, I got him on once. I wish I had that tape. I was just hard to speak. I so lionized this guy. Drew in Upper Darby is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, afternoon. Who's yours?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. Hey, Dom, this is a long shot, but he truly sold me, though. But so when Richie Ashburn, when he was announcing Phillies games in between innings, when Budweiser was a sponsor, when Richie Ashburn would just say nothing beats a Bud. And just the way he said it with his raspy voice, just made me get up and go grab a nice cold Bud.
Very nice. Hard to believe, Harry. Hard to believe. Bruce in the Northeast, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Bruce, how about you?
Hey, Dom, this guy had his own theme music. That would be the strong and virile Marlboro Man. Light me up another one.
Thank you. Yes, you can't top the Marlboro Man for vitality. All right, Henry, let's narrow it down to a couple here.
I mean, those are a lot of strong contenders we just got.
Yeah, I have a winner, though, in my mind.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think it popped.
I thought the Earl of Tacony had a good one with the Maury Kessler. Obviously,
Right.
Robert and Ben Salem with the Dr. Rick. Joe and Exton, I like his little ditty of the dinosaur. And how about that last one, the Marlboro Man?
They're all great. I really like the Dr. Rick, though.
Dr. Rick,
That took me away. That's just a killer. Earl's was timely, Maury, but Dr. Rick. So let's put Robert into the hat.
All right.
We'll do it all again tomorrow. Going to be having a great prize coming up here. Our friends over at Gallows gift certificates in the near future for the side question. You're going to love one of my favorite spots. More about that tomorrow. But tomorrow, you have to be with us. Today, we took you inside the RFK Jr. We'll have that. The drones. We'll be on top of that tomorrow, too. That's an insufficient answer. But this is going to be a showdown of showdowns tomorrow, and we'll bring you all the sound of that, plus that news conference by Levitt today. Wow, I got to get that paperwork done. I want to sit in that chair as the new media. I'm already thinking of bringing my stylist with me to Washington for that one.
Got to get the hair right for that.
You're ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. All right, thanks to Dan, too. He called it today to go to the Levitt news conference, our first news conference. The highlight saying, well, if you came here illegally, that's a criminal act. What would you call it? Oh, man, it's going to be rough for the so-called legacy media seeing that play out today. All right, Rich Cioli is all set for 4 big hours. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at Dom Show 1210. At Dom Show 1210. How much more news can break? A lot. All that on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the